jag blunda och somnade om. Vid ett gick jag upp åt lunch. Sen en kaffe, det tycker jag om. Och det tar aldrig slut. Vecka in och ut. Och dagar kommer, dagar går, blir månader, år. Och dagar kommer, dagar går, blir månader, år. Om morgon jag känner mig sorgsen. Om kvällen jag kände mig ensam.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stockholm. We are honored to see so many on this conference on skills for the green transition for competitive Europe in this European Year of Skills during the Swedish presidency. My name is Cecilia Garme. I am a journalist and I'm happy to moderate this conference, which will be pretty intense. We have a lot of invitees from different parts of EU and different stakeholders participating on stage on our morning session and even more in the breakout sessions in the afternoon. And those of you who want to tweet or Instagram about this conference, please use these hashtags, preferably both at the same time, actually, I have been told. First of all, I'm very happy to introduce the Swedish Minister for Education, Dr. Mats Persson.
Welcome to Sweden. Welcome to Stockholm. Last week we had a lot of snow here, but today it's actually, the sun is actually here, so things are getting better. Welcome to Sweden, welcome to Stockholm. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm very happy to be able to start this very important conference. I think it's really important that we all meet, that we have this kind of network, that we have this kind of discussions, and that we have this kind of conferences in order to strengthen Europe's competitiveness and to make Europe a better place. And I'm very pleased to welcome you to today's President's Conference, and this is a very important day as we gather to discuss the topic of skills for the green transition for a competitive Europe. The theme of today's conference consists of several important aspects: education, skills and competences, green transition, and competitiveness, all in a European context. And the aim is to clarify how these components are connected and to create an overall picture for the future. There are about 150 over here today in this, from 30 different countries, representing 58 organizations. This provides us with a good basis for exploring the topic inside and out, viewing it from different angles, and jointly finding inspiration, ideas, and solutions to common challenges. But before we move on to today's main theme, I want to say a few words about the European Union candidate country Ukraine and Russia's full-scale invasion. The Ukrainian people fight for freedom, and it's a matter of, for all of Europe, and a top priority for the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Ukraine's education sector has been hit hard by the war, and we could see that yesterday on the news. We have a responsibility to continue our support for our Ukrainian colleagues and to ensure that Ukrainian children and young people who have fled to member states get a good education in a safe environment in our countries. And at the same time, we need to strengthen our ambitions and to maintain a contact with and make sure that they can have a contact with their country of origin. We also need to support Ukraine's reconstruction of its education sector, including higher education. Everyone here knows that well-functioning education systems, from preschool to higher education and lifelong learning, are vital to ensure future prosperity. Myself, I was in contact with the Ukrainian education minister a couple of months ago, and it was telling how people are fighting and the importance of a strong, united European Union in this respect. Now, the green transition and the importance of education in the efforts to achieve it cannot be emphasized enough. Higher education and vocational training play key roles in providing young women and men with the skills and competence they need. 2 weeks ago, the European Union education ministers adopted Council conclusions on skills and competences for the green transition, reflecting a common commitment to developing education and continuing professional development for the green transition. Cooperation between stakeholders such as education institutions, government agencies, research organizations, social partners, and businesses will be crucial to meet the changing and growing needs in the labor market. And to achieve a European education area, we need to ensure that students can take full advantage of the learning opportunities in Europe. Automatic recognition of qualifications increase students' mobility, which in turn promotes increased European Union competitiveness. As holder of the presidency, Sweden has therefore chosen to focus on mutual recognition of qualifications and outcomes of learning periods abroad. Through transnational cooperation and continued development of the European education area, we can jointly address the challenges we are facing and create a Europe that's competitive and sustainable for future generations. The global climate challenge requires a global response. Europe must lead by example by delivering on ambitious climate goals, and European businesses and industries are already leading the transition, which creates an important global competitive advantage. European companies that offer green solutions are therefore competitive and are driving the global market and helping to drive the green transition. But the green transition can only succeed if the European Union has the qualified labor that's needed. And the European Commission, the communication of a Green Deal industrial plan for the net zero age, states that between 2015 and 2021, labor shortages in sectors considered key for the green transition doubled. In the second half of 2022, last year, the President of the European Commission presented the Commission's proposal for European Year of Skills in 2023, this year. And the European Union workforce needs to be equipped with the competencies and skills demanded by the labor market. And the aim of the European Year of Skills is to strengthen efforts to promote transition and upskilling for greater European competitiveness. As Minister for Education, I would like to highlight a Swedish example of European-wide relevance of how we hope to be able to address the issue of skills supply. The 1st of January this year, in Sweden, it's possible to begin studies with our new career transition assistance support. This is a unique reform that gives people who are midway through their careers the chance to broaden their skills and become more attractive in the labor market. This support scheme shows how we can equip ourselves for the green transition by making lifelong learning a practical possibility for everyone. And I'm glad that you get the opportunity to hear more about it later today. Finally, today we get to hear thought-provoking presentations and many good examples, and not at least engage in interesting dialogues. I hope that the conversation and inspiration will flow and grow. Thank you and welcome to Stockholm and welcome to Sweden.
Thank you so much, Minister Mats Persson. And now video messages from Brussels from the two commissioners working specifically towards this goal that the EU citizens acquire skills for the green transition in a competitive Europe. So first we have Commissioner Mariya Gabriel, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth.
Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you in Stockholm, but I couldn't miss this chance to express my appreciation to the Swedish presidency for prioritizing skills for the green transition, both today and through the Council conclusions on this issue that we were recently approved during the Education Council on 7th of March. Every day, we are becoming more aware of the urgency of the global climate, environmental and biodiversity crisis. They are among the biggest challenges of our lifetime, and it is incumbent on all of us to take action. Of course, to succeed, it is fundamental that we mobilize education, research and innovation so that each of us understands the challenges ahead, so that each of us has the skills and competencies to make a difference and the motivation to change the way we live, individually as well as collectively. As the Commission focused on this priority, we acted in 3 areas. First, we have provided as much support to our member states as possible. This has been the case with investment, both through resources with the Recovery and Resilience Facility and through policy support, for example, through the Learning Lab on investing in quality education and training. In fact, the Learning Lab is helping our member states by promoting education policy evaluation practices that help them make evidence-based choices regarding the quality and volume of their investment in education, improving learning outcomes. Second, we are supporting our learning institutions. For example, many schools across the EU have been working hard to teach green skills as we implement the Council recommendation on learning for the green transition and sustainable development. At the same time, the higher education sector has been working with us, first developing and now implementing the European strategy for universities. One key point of focus has been developing micro-credentials, most notably with the support of the European Universities Initiative. Take, for example, the Inlight European University, which comprises 9 higher education institutions, including Uppsala University. Inlight has a mission to work with cities and communities to address climate change, energy, and the circular economy, developing micro-credentials so that these institutions can better prepare the people in their learning communities. And third, we are building on one of our greatest assets, our fantastic education community, and connecting learners and institutions to regional innovation ecosystems. Here, not only have we helped institutions come together through initiatives like the Education for Climate Coalition, I have also drawn heavily on the synergies of being Commissioner both for Education and Research and Innovation. And here perhaps the best example is the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, coordinated by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. The EIT is mobilizing its knowledge and innovation communities to support the training of 1 million talents so that we have the right skills for cutting-edge solutions. Working with the member states, with our education institutions, and with our innovation ecosystems, we have the best chance to succeed in designing a better, more sustainable future. And it is precisely in events like today's conference that this work and these productive interconnections happen. Thank you once again to the Swedish presidency and to all of you in Stockholm. I wish you all a very rich and fruitful day of discussions.
Thank you, Mariya, Gabriel. And next, Commissioner Nicolas Schmit, Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights.
Dear Minister, dear participants, let me begin by thanking the Swedish presidency for organizing this timely conference on skills for the green transition. At the start of your presidency, the College of Commissioners visited your beautiful country. As part of this trip, we visited the Space Center and met with local workers in sectors such as mining, batteries, and automotive. These companies, like many sectors in Europe, are undergoing major changes in the context of the green and digital transitions. We believe that the best way to future-proof our economy is to massively upskill and reskill the European workforce and provide people with the skills needed and the opportunities they aspire to. This is the rationale of the European Year of Skills. Because investing in your skills and knowledge is the dearest path to a good quality and well-paid job. Because companies in Europe will not thrive and grow if they cannot hire a workforce with the requisite skills. The green transition could create up to 1 million additional jobs in the EU by 2030. But for that, the right policies need to be in place. This is why skills is one of the 4 pillars of our Green Deal industrial plan, with inclusiveness and reaching out to women and young people at its heart. Today, Europe is facing significant skills gaps in key sectors for the green transition. Around 800,000 workers will need to be trained, upskilled, or reskilled by 2025 to meet the demand of the battery sector. We need more specialists in renewable energies, in environmental health and safety, and in sustainability. These skills shortages are a clear call to action. We have set ambitious targets. By 2030, 60% of adults should take part in training every year, compared to less than 40% currently. European funding is available to invest more and effectively in skills through the European Social Fund Plus, but also the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Every country has appointed a national coordinator for the European Year of Skills, who will help to mobilize action and contributions at regional and local levels, making it relevant on the ground. I am sure that the Swedish presidency will be a driving force behind this ambitious campaign. Together, I'm confident we can trigger a skills revolution and permanently change the mindset around training in Europe. Thank you.
Was Commissioner Schmit. And now it's time for today's keynote speaker, Johan Kuylenstierna. He's not only the director of one of the Swedish research councils, he is also a researcher on climate change with a long international career. And he's also one of the optimists, one who can see things in the long perspective. All in all, with a clearer view than most of us. Please give a warm hand, a warm welcome to Professor Johan Kuylenstierna.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful to be here today. I was actually a bit surprised when I was invited to a conference dealing with skills, competence for the green transition. Not because I'm not interested in the green transition, because this is what I spent my life working on for the last 30 years, in that science policy interface between academia, United Nations, and now in the public sector. But just because of that, I'm not an expert on educational systems, and I know that this room is full of that. Hopefully I can provide maybe a different context, a little bit going back to, if I get my slides, do I get them? Yes, a little bit go back to what the ministers opened with. Are we in a new reality here? Can I get the slides here? It would be nicer, otherwise I don't know what's going on behind me, so that would be nice. Why aren't we just talking about development? Is it really a transition? That has to be the first question to ask us. Is this any other situation than we've had for the last 30, 40, 50 years? We've been through a lot of transitions and development. Well, we have a unique situation in many ways. It was mentioned we need to completely restructure our economy to be a non-fossil economy. This is a huge shift. Our welfare states are built on fossil fuels, not just in Europe, but globally. We have to go from linear to circular because we know that natural resources are limited. We know that we also have a lot of other environmental challenges to deal with. We cannot just go on in that transition to non-fossil in the same way we've done in the past in terms of natural resources. We have to not just think circular, but also how we can be resource efficient. This is, of course, in the center of many European policies today. How do we become resource efficient? It's about geopolitics. The minister opened with a strong statement about Ukraine. The whole conflict in Ukraine has showed us once again the sensitivities we have in our system, the security aspects that also relate to climate, natural resources, food security, water, etc. And we have all the socioeconomic dimensions that we tend to talk too little about when we talk about the green transition. Jobs, acceptance, cities versus rural versus urban areas. I mean, all these aspects that I know many of you are involved with. So yes, I think you're right, Minister. We do talk about structural changes. It is a transition that we need. It's not just business as usual and development. And it's not just us saying this. The Secretary General of United Nations have also pointed out we have Code Red for humanity. These are strong words from a Secretary General of the United Nations. The Code Red for humanity. It's not for parts of humanity, it's for all of humanity. It is for the planet. And of course, these statements, they came in light of one more assessment from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the 6th assessment, pointing out that we fundamentally are shifting or changing and have impact on structures and systems that really defines our planet. And you know that the final synthesis report just came this Monday. And they already planned for the 7th assessment. Do we need one more assessment? We always need more science. I am a climatologist. I love climate science. But the question is there even a risk sometimes saying that, well, maybe we need a little bit more science? We know that our structures are really behind this challenge. This graphic shows emissions of CO2 from the energy sector. Only the energy sector. And it's interesting, you can read human development in a graph like this. You can see how our Western world developed after the Second World War. And you see emissions going up. You can see them leveling out in the early 1990s. And then they increase again because China, India, other parts of the world also would like to have the same development. It's all based on fossil fuels. You can see dips. You can see the finance crisis in the late 2000s, first decade. You can see the pandemic. The 7% short emission cuts. But you can also see what happened after the pandemic. Record emissions again, showing that it is a transition we need. We cannot save our way out. We cut down on transport and it really lowered our emissions by 6-7%. What is the next sector to close down? Is it the food sector? That's going to be challenging for all of us. So we know we need a transition, and again, to remind us the conflict, the terrible war in Ukraine, once again reminding us also the sensitivities of our food system, our energy system, the interdependence we have in terms of a few countries in the world. We live in the Anthropocene. Being an earth scientist, meaning that I have both physical geography and geology, this is a very strong statement. And it has not yet been concluded because it takes time in science, as you know. They still argue, should we move from the Holocene to the Anthropocene? The time of humans, the Anthropocene. That would require that humans are really changing the planet on a planetary scale, in line with or equal to geological forces. That's the whole sort of definition. Our relationship with our planet. We tend to, when we talk in conferences like this, we end up, or we focus very much on the different skills. We need a lot of different competences, but we also need to take a step back and think about what is it that this is really all about if we take that Anthropocene perspective. What does it require? Fundamental shift in our thinking in terms of what society are we building in the next 50 to 100 years, because that's the time scale we need. This is planet Earth. The big planet. That's where we all live. This is only 1 billion kilometers away from Saturn. The fact that we can see our planet this way is amazing. Can you imagine if you were an audience 100 years ago and I would show this picture, what they would think? He's, crazy. Now we take it for granted. We see our planet this way. Does it affect us? Does it give us a different perspective? Does it maybe take us on that route that one of my colleagues, Johan Rockström, quite often argue that we are moving from being a small humanity on a big planet to a big humanity on a small planet? Can this kind of visual help us understand that? Making America great again. All these, well, anyway. This, unfortunately, is also a strong picture that we were hoping, of course, we don't need to show again. That we were past this kind of threats. But I'm not showing it because of the terrible situation, the war, and the threats of nuclear again, but also because we can learn something sometimes from things like this. This was one of the pillars behind the recent Stockholm had the first major environmental conference in 1972. Why? Because nuclear tests in the Pacific, far away. The solution of pollution is dilution. That was the mantra in the 1960s. far away, we realized, however, that the fallout from nuclear tests in the atmosphere, they were global. We cannot look at the planet as divided into countries. It is a planet. The systems are connected. The nuclear tests taught us that if we want to solve environmental challenges, we have to collaborate. If we want to have a green transition, we need to collaborate on a global level. The problem of acid rain, the problem of eutrophication, all these problems that came in the 1970s needed international collaboration. That is the Anthropocene. We are affecting the planet here and now on a global scale, but also in a geological time frame. That's the other aspect. This is one of my favorite graphics as being a paleoclimatologist. It shows the climate variability in my life in near term. It's only 400,000 years. It's from the ice cores of Antarctica in this case, and what it shows is the variability during the Quaternary period. We have actually quite a chaotic climate right now in a geological sort of time frame. The white being the temperature and the orange being CO2. And you see the variability. This is natural variability. The planet is not a stable planet. There is a lot of natural variability. So what does it tell us? What do we mean by human influence on a system? What do we mean by Anthropocene in this context? Well, look to the right. And you're aware of this, of course. Look at the orange line. It goes between 180 and 280 parts per million. And then, after 1950, it just steps up, and now over 400 ppm. We change a fundamental system of our planet, the CO2 content on the atmosphere. We have geological impact. The Anthropocene is then also understanding that this is not any political area. This is about our societies. When we talk about this shift, it's not just about saving the climate. Thank you very much. It is about our societies. It is the structures and the challenges of our societies that must be in focus. The interesting thing here is, of course, what we more and more talk about, that if we are addressing the climate challenge, it may have, and it will have, a lot of other co-benefits. We can address a lot of other challenges by shifting our systems away from fossil fuels if we are smart in designing it. And what does that require? A lot of skills, a lot of competence, a lot of new ways of thinking, which requires skills and competence. We also need to address the other side, and we are aware of that, not least in Europe. We have already here in Europe, but also worse elsewhere, impacts on our planet that will affect us, that we need to deal with. That's the challenge we have here. A war hopefully can end, and then there is a rebuilding phase. When we damage our fundamental system, ecosystem, the climate, we talk about hundreds of years, if ever repairable. So we need to have that time frame. So the Anthropocene means a different way of thinking in terms of how our relationship is with the planet. We need to live within what we call planetary boundaries. We need to understand and reconnect to the fact that we live on a finite planet, regardless if we talk about fossil resources or renewable resources. The second part, storyline, is also essential. And this, I know many of you are working with. The whole European Union is very much about storyline today. There are a lot of people shaping how we discuss issues related to climate change. Some argue that this is an intergenerational challenge. Others argue that this is the biggest threat to our society, and it's something made up by China to destroy our economy. So there are a lot of storylines connected to this. This is actually important because storylines makes a difference. Fundamental science is key. Listen to science. Minister, do you agree? We should listen to science. Yes. Do we all, when we make decisions in here on a daily basis, are they all based on science? Not only, maybe, there is also something there that we need to understand. Because as I said, will a 7th IPCC assessment make a big difference? I remember the first one coming in the late 1980s. It actually stated in many ways the same thing as the 6th in terms of the risks. That is society. That is what you talk about. Yes, the science is underpinning this, but as policymakers, that's your daily life. As decision makers, you know that it's about the values, the goals of people, of society that shapes decisions. So the interesting thing is how do you combine these kind of structures and systems? How do you combine the scientific excellence with decision making, understanding what is happening in between there? The EU has this in its charter. I'm not going to read all this, but this is what the EU is all about. We have values and aims. Are they scientific? Freedom, democracy, equality. I mean, these are other things that shape how we think and act and what we need to do. And sustainable development is, as you also mentioned, it is linked to competitiveness, market, but also to social progress, that broader context. So there is no doubt that we are meeting in a time of crisis. It's evident. Climate, biodiversity, war in Europe again, and war in many other places, unfortunately. Resource crunches. We need skills. We need competence. But we need them in a very broad sense. It can also lead to opportunities. Crisis in the past has led to opportunities. The European Union is sprung out of, I would argue, 1,000 years of crisis in Europe in terms of war and other things. The United Nations too. But to get that opportunity, we need to get a mind shift change. Because if we are in a crisis mode continuously, our actions tend to be very short term and not always systemic or structural in terms of thinking. We have seen this also in the intergovernmental processes. This is my previous life, climate negotiations and negotiations in the UN. And the UN is not known for rapid shifts. This is how negotiators looked like in Copenhagen in 2009. Why? It was very expensive, this green transition stuff. Renewable energy, terribly expensive. We came from a financial crisis. There were unemployment. There were risks to our economy. What kind of minister would go back and say, yes, I negotiated a strong agreement. By the way, we will lose 500,000 jobs, but that's the price to pay. It's okay. We will get out of it. Yes, one generation lost, but there will be new generations coming. The whole idea in Copenhagen was about how do we share the burden, the costs. What happened there between Copenhagen and in Paris then? 6 years later, in the UN context, this is a revolution that you see policymakers, it's just, policymakers, politicians stand like that 6 years later. Why? Did we have a lot of new science that suddenly helped us out of the crisis? No, we had a different context, a different mindset, a different way of combining skills, knowledge, facts to actually write a different story. The underpinning in Paris was, how do we share the benefits that this transition can lead to? New jobs, new businesses, innovation, a better society. The big shift was also the fact that in Copenhagen, we didn't have any companies there. There were no private sector there. No one from cities or regions. It was top down. It was politicians who were supposed to make decisions and then push things through society. In Paris, it was bottom up. It is a completely new way of reframing an intergovernmental agreement with all the weaknesses it has, but it has one good advantage. It's adapted to reality. How things now are operating and working. The fact that countries are different. They have different opportunities, different conditions. The big shift here was an understanding of the systems approach. I worked with Agenda 21 when I started in the United Nations. So we are good at recycling global goals and targets. The Agenda 21 is actually a bit different. And there is one thing in the preamble which really strikes me. There is one word. Indivisible. They are indivisible, these goals. They are connected. We can never solve the climate challenge by increasing poverty or threatening food security or impacting negatively on biodiversity. They are indivisible. So the understanding and this goal, this whole framework was adopted before the Paris Agreement. And the reason for that was to get developing countries on board because we needed to get the development aspect. The storyline had to shift from environment being something that is costly and negative to actually being part of building development and also positive in terms of economic development and competitiveness. An understanding that all sectors are connected. I mean, this is something we struggle with a lot today in the EU, in Sweden, in the respective countries. Our transport sector can never be fossil-free or net zero carbon if the energy system is not, etc. I mean, this understanding, we need to have sectors there and also what kind of skills to connect them. Because these are really, they are really working vertical instead of horizontal. We start to see shifts that are disruptive. Being in Sweden, I should maybe have more wind, but I selected therefore to show solar instead. Disruptive changes that suddenly made policymakers think that, well, maybe there are alternatives that are cost effective and that can bring a lot of other advantages. And look at the cost curve of solar between the Copenhagen meeting and the Paris meeting, the orange line. You have fossil fuels there, that's the cost of generating electricity, that's solar. That's not just market, this is Energiewende in Germany, it's a lot of other political aspects behind this. It's that dynamic between market, policy, shifts, etc. that drives shifts like this. And suddenly a politician feels comfortable about saying that we can shift away from fossil fuel and it doesn't threaten our economy as it did 6 years earlier. And it has effects. You hear all the time, nothing is happening, nothing is changing really, it's too slow. But if we look at solar, you know, the International Energy Agency, they make projections. Greenpeace have made projections. They thought that solar was going up after Copenhagen. The Energy Agency, they make new projections. There are quite often straight lines. Greenpeace too close. And reality. When we get that momentum going, and pandemic, no difference. It just continues. When we get that momentum going, and this, of course, is a combination of different factors. So we cannot talk about skills and competences in isolation. It is really about the whole system, the whole structure. And that is the toughest part. So living in the Anthropocene then, I think that's the question we should ask ourselves. What does that imply for us as a business, as a politician, as a citizen, as a decision maker in the EU or in a local municipality? What does it mean really living in the Anthropocene? Does it change anything? This interconnectiveness, the fact that we are part, very obviously, of a global arena, which is so obvious for so many reasons. Well, that's, as policymakers, I would argue this is your reality. That's living in the Anthropocene. This is from the World Economic Forum, by the way. You recognize it. They have this global risk report. They like risk for some reason. I like to talk about opportunities, but anyway. So, yes, everything is connected. It is connected. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have deep knowledge and really need that, but we need to also the skills and competence to understand these connections when we develop and policies. The whole Green Deal is about this. It is really about connecting all this. And I must say, I'm really fascinated about the Green Deal from that dimension. But we also need to understand that we will have very rapid transformation that will have a lot of impact, not just on sectors, but also on society. This is an example from Sweden. Our projection in terms of electricity for the next 30 years, a doubling. What does it imply? When we at the same time know that, no, we have to get out. These are the gas reserves of the world. The biggest, Russia. Second biggest, Iran. We can take Norway. You know, if we take all oil in Norway for the global supply, it's about 6 months. So, you know, we have to really move in that direction. So the Green Deal pulls all this together. And now I come to the opportunities. The European platform is really building up. We have a lot of new technologies, digitalization. So yes, we have challenges, but we have also more opportunities than ever before. And I think it's extremely important and timely that we talk about these kind of things. That we really connect into what we need to achieve in terms of developing skills and competences to meet challenges and really take advantage of all the opportunities and understand that this landscape has shifted very much from top down to bottom up. Now cities and regions are leading the way. The private sector, companies are driving and see the market opportunities. But finally also, before I have some concluding remarks, according to this I have 4 minutes left. We will meet new challenges and we cannot, shy away from them. We see them, these are Swedish examples, because I think that, also we in Sweden, we need to really tackle the challenges that confront us. We have a good energy system, we have a lot of advantages, but we will have challenges. What happens when we have massive expansion of new infrastructure? Going back to that, you remember that box, values, goals. How does it impact people? Natural resources, mines. The EU has pointed out that Sweden is ground zero here. And we know that whatever policies we make, yes, of course, we can find it somewhere else maybe. Different conditions. The whole green transition and bioresources from forests can also be taken somewhere else. The whole food system. It's not that we have, we need a lot of expertise and we have challenges that we have to translate and transform into opportunities. And if we fail, that's the tough part. If we do not get acceptance, if people feel that they are isolated, if they don't see the benefits. So in terms, yes, we need more civil engineers. But we need more behavioral scientists. We need more psychologists. We need more economists. We need more everything to really be engaged in this and work together. So in the last 3 minutes, the two, this is a PowerPoint, so some text. Skills for the green transition is really skills for in the Anthropocene. Structural changes, the minister opened by that. System changes. And this is tough. We talk about them a lot, but we have a lot of structures also working against this. How do we deal with that? From political structures, how we are, organized as a society. That's the tough part when we talk about system changes. It's easy to make an organogram, but in reality, the powers and so on, it's really tough. Sustainability is not a niche any longer. This is mainstream. There is nothing. Climate politics is dead. It's not politics for climate. It's politics for our society to become sustainable in the future, where we, by the way, also address the climate challenge. We live in a dynamic policy landscape. How do we manage that? Because we don't know 3 months from now, 6 months from now, in terms of what happens geopolitically, but also in terms of technologies and opportunities. This is what managed to take place in Paris, the pickup of new technologies that shifted the whole dynamic. Companies working much more in market and value chains. A completely different dynamic in the private sector that we need to address. and the whole issue of competitiveness to build tomorrow's society. I fully agree with this. We need to be competitive. This has to be the competitive way forward. Otherwise, we will never succeed. And I argue the EU has unique opportunities, not just because we have united, but also because we are so diverse. So can we build on that? So my final slide is 49. Yes. For European competitiveness then. Well, we need that vision and aim. The strategic objectives, the Green Deal, it's extremely important because it puts everything in a framework, connecting different parts of the system. We need these kind of systems innovations that I know you will talk about, and the commissioners also mentioned. I would like to see you do like the UN. They always have a year of something, and then it becomes a decade. Okay? Because you don't fix things in a year. And then it becomes integrated in everything we do. The absorption capacity of society, we need to talk about that. That's the basic education. We can have all these fantastic skills, but if it's not absorbed, we have to talk about our systems. We don't have basic research, mission-driven research, and then innovation. We have everything connected. This is one system. And that's the same with the education system. If we want to have all these fantastic people at the end, we have to understand it's one educational system. And we need to really connect today actors driving in the same direction. All the education going on in the private sector, all the investments and research going on there with the public sector. How can we work as one system to really build that European competitiveness? And we have to understand that there are a lot of different enablers that quite often are not in a room like this, and in many rooms. Those that are really the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the investors, those working with upscaling. We need to connect with them as well. So the future European, not just employable, I know we like to say that, we have to be employable, but it's also adaptable, trainable, changeable. So some key words that I would like to also stress. Sorry it became 51, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan Kuylenstierna, for an absolutely great speech, and I hope you appreciated sort of the choreography here. Time is running out, time is running out. No, I'll make it, and actually we can make it, only with 1 minute late. We will now turn to the people who will have to carry all this out, the stakeholders of the ongoing green and digital transition, and a lot will, of course, happen in education and training sectors. That's what you are here to talk about. New kind of jobs will appear on the labor market as opportunities for the young people, but also for those already employed. And we are happy to have prominent guests here to talk about what lies ahead. So I would like my panel to come on stage. And while you are making yourself comfortable at stage, I want to turn to one of the persons documenting this conference. The one who is documenting it artistically. And her name is Frida Panousis, and she is a graphic recorder here to capture the day. Hello, Frida. Do you have a microphone?
Yes, I'm over here.
How's it going?
Yes, it was really interesting those to start with. So you can show, please. So this is done by me now. And it's by the minute. So this is just a recap of the first part. And here we have with the second part. So I will do this through the day. So,
wow, do you recognize your speech, Johan? Absolutely. Did she capture the most important things, do you think? Yeah? Good. Frida is over there then with the tech team. She's going to be here all day, and you will be able to see it on the conference platform later. And now my panel is here. Welcome. Could I just ask you to very quickly first introduce yourselves? I will start with the ladies.
Eleonora Isoppo, Policy Executive at the European Chemical Employers Group, the European social partner representing employers in the chemical sector.
Thank you.
Marie Troxtam, Head of Sustainability at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, representing about 60,000 companies and 49 member organizations.
Matteo Vespa, President of the European Students' Union. We represent 20 million higher education students through our 45 national union students in 40 countries.
So Sergio Villanueva Baselga, I'm from the University of Barcelona in Spain, and I'm the director there of a university alliance that is called CharmEU. That is an alliance of 9 different European universities working together to develop new programs, innovative programs, research, and so on.
Yeah, hello, I'm Ludovic Voet. I'm the Confederal Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation. So we represent 45 million workers who are affiliated to the different trade unions in Europe, and we advocate at European level.
Michael Gabriel from the European University Association. We represent more than 800 universities and national rectors university associations in 49 European countries.
Thank you. So now we're going to talk about how we'll be able to carry out all that what Johan was telling us we need to do. And I would like to start with the students, with you, Matteo. Earlier this week, as Johan was saying, the climate panel sent their last warning to us about the urgency of action. And you have been the voice of youth for a long time on the Italian level and then on the European level. So I'd like to frame a question very easily like this. When you meet a person who says, I want to get a university degree and I want to save the planet, what do you tell them?
First of all, as we've heard also before in the presentation, we need not only all the skills, but also we need all the profiles in terms not only of profession, but also in terms of science, in terms of analysis. So, of course, we need the engineers that will drive the transition. We need of course, the mathematician, the physicist, but we also need the social sciences that would analyze what are the structures of power that now are also hindering the transition. We need political scientists that also will analyze and will develop different new political environments that would be more sustainable and would lead to our transition. So when we talk about sustainability, and as we said, we are broadening not only from the climate and also how to tackle the climate crisis, but we're talking about a holistic perspective. We need to have this idea of mainstreaming sustainability, and it's not just about specifically about climate, but it's basically how we transform our whole different sector and also our different sciences about that. So
I need to interrupt you there,
yes.
Because I think the young person asking you at that time he will lose you. So what will you actually say
follow
to
your
him
passions.
or her?
Follow your passions.
Follow your passions.
Follow your passions, and be sure to always have the idea of the sustainability inside.
Okay, so you trust that the balance of the sort of sustainability balance of what's on offer from universities is good.
No, but at the same time, not yet at least. But that's what our education sector needs to change. But at the same time, I wouldn't say to go only to one sector, because at the same time, we always had, for instance, initially chemistry was considered as a force of pollution, but of course it's part of the future. So everything is linked also to how the transition is made, and also what the academic sector is going also to provide also for the students.
Yes,
but
we're going to turn to the universities very shortly, but still, if someone comes to you and says, I'm interested in art history.
Why not? We need, because for instance, if we think about the landscapes that have been, let's take for instance about Turner. Turner is a painter, and there are now stories, for instance, that the fog that he represented in his painting is not the fog; it's actually the industrial pollution. So actually, also knowing what was the impact that has had the industrialization in the 19th century is exactly shown even by art history, and this also create a climate consciousness that we see the environment we see today polluted in Peking is also actually being represented by an artist 250 years ago.
Wow, so it can get also into art history. Michael, Gabriel, Michael, I think, you work at the European University Association, and 2 years ago you wrote, and a colleague, you wrote an interesting report, and you had collected data from 300 universities in Europe showing that they were, in a way, very active on the sustainability targets, but you didn't see what the indicators were. How did they know that they were actually doing progress?
I mean, that's difficult to say. I mean, it was the first time that we carried out such a mapping study, and I think it was the first time that ever such a study has been carried out. So basically, we made visible what we all knew where universities were doing, but we knew it anecdotally. So I think that's the first point, and that's as such an interesting fact. I mean, what we find, of course, I can answer it very easily. I can say they are 80% provide, more than 80% provide extracurricular and curricular green skills training for students. Yeah, so
80%.
degree program, more than 80%. Differs 94% for non-curricular, extracurricular. There are 80% have degree programs dedicated to greening. It's also to some extent mainstreamed in the curricula of subjects at about 80% of the institutions. But I think that doesn't really answer your question.
No.
and I make it more complicated. I think the problem that we still have that first of all, it's not fully mainstreamed at institutions. And I think the second thing is, and that came out already this morning in Johan's presentation as well, we have still to understand what the green skills actually are or what they will be. And again, you could simply say we need skills monitoring, improved skills monitoring. That would be one way. But I think what is really behind is we set the goals for the green transition, but nobody has the blueprint on how to get there. And I think this is where universities come in with their contribution to knowledge and innovation and also education. And I think education has to be informed by cutting-edge research and also by emerging professional practice. And so this is not just, as Matteo already said, about technology or just knowledge. It's about being able, educating young people to deal with complex matters that go across different disciplines, across different professions, and involve a multitude of different stakeholders in different settings.
But for the indicators, if you want indicators that can really show that we are moving forward, what
I think we are moving forward. I mean, you mentioned this one study. We actually put out 3 studies. There's another one on innovation and greening. There's another one on how universities are organized. So we see that there is a growing trend to mainstreaming it. But I would also say this is not just because the universities are moving in that direction. This is also, as we heard this morning, as the whole discourse about greening, about sustainable development have changed. We all talked about this for 20 years, but now this is becoming a more pressing reality and a more urgent call, and that also impacts institutions.
Were you surprised, though, when you were writing the report?
Yes. Yeah, I think there was much more than we thought it was.
It was more unclear than you thought?
No, it was not unclear. There was much more ongoing than we thought there were.
All right, yeah.
I mean, to just quote one figure, we found out that around 80 universities participate in around 80 international and regional national networks which are dedicated to greening. Half of them are really driven by universities. We didn't know that. So I think this is something that was also a bit under the radar of what university leadership paid attention to, and also what policy makers pay attention to. It's not one of the ways of how we have assessed universities in the past. We ask what they do for research and for innovation, maybe for education. We assess, and we increasingly start to assess them on their contribution to society. But this aspect of greening, or most of the universities address not greening but sustainable development. This is the framework that matters to them.
So if I get you right, even if there's a lack of good indicators, universities are doing more than you expected.
Yeah.
So it's better than we expected, like with the solar.
It's probably better than our worst expectation, but it might not be good enough.
Okay, I will turn now to Sergio, who is from the University of the beautiful city of Barcelona, one of the 100 best universities in the world and the second largest in Spain. And you are coordinating something called the Charm EU.
Yeah.
And you should be doing, I guess, exactly what Mikael is talking about. Can you tell us what you're doing?
Actually, a university alliance is an alliance of universities that are coordinating themselves to transform themselves and be adapted to the challenges in society and to be prepared to solve these challenges. So CHARMS stands for challenge-based, adaptable research, challenge-driven, adaptable, research-based mobile university. So that means that the 9 universities that we are working together, it's, can I say the 9 universities?
Yes, sure.
The University of Barcelona is coordinating this alliance, is the University of Montpellier, Trinity College Dublin, University of Utrecht, and the University of Würzburg, the West Ruhr University of Applied Sciences, ELTE University in Budapest, and the University of Bergen. So these universities were working together in generating research and education programs that are adapted to the challenges that we have in sustainability. We have generated a first master's that is called the Masters for Global Challenges for Sustainability, in which our students learn on how to work in a transdisciplinary way. Transdisciplinary means that many disciplines are working together with non-academic stakeholders to solve real challenges.
So is it problem-based learning, as
it's a challenge-based and
yeah.
project-based learning. It's a combination of both, together with another innovation that is called programmatic assessment. So that means during all the masters is divided in different skills, different programmatic learning outputs, and all the courses are evaluated under the same program, and the skills are evaluated in a holistic approach.
So what does this mean for instance, an engineering student taking the Turku, the Åbo Academy, as it's known in Sweden? What does it mean?
So I forgot that it's also a Finnish university, the Åbo Academy. So.
No, you said Turku. That's Åbo.
Yep. Yeah. So for an engineer, it would mean that, and something that is related to what Matteo said, is that when you become part of this program, of this master's program, at some point you will be aware that you don't know anything. So that
you will be aware that you don't know anything.
Exactly.
That's how you start.
Exactly. And then you have to learn, listen and learn from students that come from very different scientific approaches. So that you will learn from art historians, from philosophers, from biologists, from actors. And you will learn that to solve the challenges that the world is facing, you need all of them. You need all of them on board to change the way you are performing and doing things, and to improve the outputs you were supposed to have.
So you're equipping them with a mindset as they start.
Yeah.
And then when would be the difference during the 4 or 5 years of an engineer, of the 4 or 5 years of an engineering degree?
Yeah.
What will be different if you are studying in one of those universities?
You will learn to be adaptable to the other voices. So I think one of the main issues that we are facing with the green transition is that the green transition is not only technological, it's a social, cultural, political transition. So in order to implement some technology, we need to foresee how the society is going to accept that technology. And for that, you need to provide yourself with skills that come from very different research disciplines, such as political science, such as sociology, such as history. And you need them, and you will be transformed. So at some point of time, you will feel that you are not, in one moment of that process, you will feel that you are not necessary in that moment, and you have to listen and learn from others, and your role will come a bit later.
So now you're 9 universities, is that right? Is your mission to assemble all the universities in Europe?
Yeah, these alliances are funded by the European Universities Initiative, which ultimate goal is to generate a European university, a European model of universities. So the different alliances, there are 20 or so university alliances in Europe. They are aimed at generating this new model of university, a university that is adapted to solving challenges. And
so anyone can join, any university can join you?
Yeah. Well, no, to the alliance or?
Yes, to the alliance and adopt your methods.
Not every university can join the alliances, because the alliances are continually being made. So there are 20 so different alliances, and some others will be generated in the next years. but the alliances are open to junior universities, yeah, of course.
So it's feasible, that's
It's feasible, yeah.
Yeah. So let's say then that the universities have led the students or interacted with the students to make them acquire those green skills. And let's talk then to the people who will employ them. And here we have the example of the chemical industry. Eleonora, you are policy executive, as you said, of the European Chemical Employers Group. Imagine that we have now 200 European students. What jobs do you have on offer for them? They want to save the planet.
This would be great. So, first of all, I would like to say, I would like to connect with what Michael said about the difficulty to assess what green skills are. And indeed, it's something that also companies are facing. And if you speak with companies, also their difficulty is to assess which skills and which jobs they will be able to offer in 5 years, 10 years time. And this is because especially of the rapid technological changes that the companies are undergoing. So this is, let's say, a preliminary remark that I would like to say, that it's very difficult to assess what we will need in the future. But at the same time, what can be said for sure, it's that if we want to succeed in the transition, STEM-related jobs will be a priority, and moreover, it will be very important to attract more people coming from a STEM background. Just to mention a few data, in Europe, only 1 out of 5 people every year graduates in STEM from tertiary education, which is less than 2 million in Europe. So if we continue like this, the chemical sector, there are studies which says that the chemical sectors will face a labor shortage of 11% by 2030. So for sure, STEM related jobs will be, let's say, the most required. Like, for example, engineering with the electrification of system, electrical engineering will be very, let's say, required, as well as waste management engineering. We have this conversion from waste to other type of raw materials. So also this type of engineering will be required, together with, of course, all of them needs to have high level of digital skills. But it's not all, meaning...
I must interrupt you.
Yeah.
Still, you know, but moving on fast. They are 200. They have graduated in chemistry. You didn't know this, but you are all chemists, young people. Do you actually, or do your companies actually have the jobs that they can apply for?
Absolutely.
They can all have jobs today.
Absolutely, there are lots of opportunities, and indeed we lack the people, so we need people to work for our industry, and they will be, of course, welcome to join our sector. But it's not only about STEM related. This, of course, it's like the high priority, but as also it was mentioned before, it will be also new type of jobs like sustainability experts, climate change experts, but also we have seen that soft skills are becoming more and more important with the digitalization, with the digital transformation going on. Problem solving will also become extremely important. So there is a wide range of opportunities, I would say.
Ludovic, you are from Belgium. Started at a young age at the trade union movement. When you analyze this change, what should we think about from the trade union perspective, this green transition, technological transition?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the key issue, it was said in the keynote speech, is not to see skills and competence in isolation. And when we speak about that from the trade union perspective, it's to link this to quality jobs creation. So we have to speak about skills if they are linked to jobs, because if we develop the best higher education system, the best training system in desertified regions, well, there will be high-skilled people with no jobs. So the main issue is the transformation of regions that will be affected by the transition. And there, I think that we have also to learn from the mistake from the past. We can analyze what we did with the globalization trend and the loss of a lot of millions of industrial jobs in Europe. And we have to look at the challenge of the green transition in this regard. If maybe just to take an example, if you were an industrial worker in France in 1999, now the average wage that you have if you are in this if in your region there were massive layoffs because of closure of companies, if you went to the service sector, then you lost 58% of wages. There's 12% more unemployment in these regions. There's less job creation. There's less businesses in these regions. So I think we have to speak about regions and communities and to build a future where people can believe in these regions. So if we speak about the climate transition, let's speak first about where we will close mines, in Poland, in Bulgaria, etc. What does it mean in terms of investment needs for the transition in these regions? And then we can speak about skills, the skills that are needed, how the new jobs that will be created, there can be a transfer for workers, or how the jobs that exist will need skills change. And this, then we have to link, not to have a general discussion on skills, but also to link to concrete skills change, linked to mitigation measures. So we have to know how the cement industry, how the steel industry, how the aluminium industry will change. What does it mean in terms of change in the professions? We have to look also at adaptation to climate change. What does it mean for the jobs that will be affected by the heat waves, etc. We have also to look at circular economy, what it means in skills change. So new jobs with reuse, but also skills change for the jobs that exist with the need also to look at the health and safety issues for workers. So that's the granularity that we need, and so the strategic planning, the anticipation of change that is possible with the European Green Deal, but this anticipation of change is not for the moment at the center that would allow us then to link the discussion on jobs with the discussion on skills.
I understand. Do you think there's too much focus on young people with who have graduated in the debate?
Yeah, I would say that the focus is not speaking about actual students, it's also speaking about actual workers. So if 50% of the workforce has to face a change either in the skills, either in the jobs that they are employed now, let's speak about how do we equip people as a society, how do we leave no one behind in this transition. And then, of course, students, there are also a need for research, innovation, etc. As I said, knowing how the aluminium industry, the steel industry, all these industries will change, the agriculture industry will change, is needed. So I think there's all is needed there. So we need students that will be graduated. We need also to upskill and reskill workers, the actual workforce. And for that, we need employee training to be at the center of the strategies of companies. And in this regard, there's been a drop in the investment of companies in employee training, especially, of course, in small companies that have difficulty also to finance training for workers. But this is not fit then to the challenge that we have.
I understand. Now you're sort of the social partners. You represent the employers and you represent the trade unions or the employees. What would you like to say to Eleonora as an employer in general? She's saying here that she can offer jobs to almost anyone because they need so many things and they have lacking so many people. What do you think that, is there something she's missing, do you think, or something she doesn't see? Or
well, I think there are also two sides of the coin. There's what we can anticipate together. So it's clear that we have to discuss through social partnership and social dialogue and collective bargaining how we plan the change in the world of work that is already existing. But then there's also a lot of discussion on skills mismatch in society for the moment.
Skills mismatch,
and where we see that this can exist in some professions, and but also specifically in some regions with difficulty difficulties and vulnerabilities, but we have also to speak, when we speak about skills mismatch, about decent working conditions, because it's not only about pay, it's also about work-life balance that people can get, it's also about respect at work, about promotion they can get, fair recruitment processes, etc. So we have to look also, when we speak about skills, not only on the employee side, on is there a mismatch of the skills that he can offer to the company, but we have also to look at the company, is there a mismatch at what the company offer for the future for these workers here.
Okay, so Marie, you are from the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, and I saved you for last because all that must take place must also take place with competitiveness preserved. And you have 60,000 members in Sweden. What do they tell you? Are they worried that competitiveness will get lost in the green transition?
Thank you, Cecilia, for raising that question about competitiveness, and also as our minister and Johan Kuylenstierna so wisely and clearly pointed out, that we need to simultaneously address the need for long-term sustainable economic growth and, of course, the green transition with emissions reductions and the climate-smart solutions. So when we speak to our members, and of which actually 59,000 are small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, etc., they emphasize concerns about competitiveness, basically at least in 4 areas. And if we can't fix them, we have a problem. So first of all, it comes to what Johan Kuylenstierna pointed out about electrification. We see the need doubling in at least 25 years in Sweden. I guess that's a common phenomenon. So, of course, we then need all available fossil-free energy. So that's one major point. The other one is then the permit situation. I know that's also a European challenge. And then that comes down to the conflict of interest that Johan also mentioned, for example, for wind parks. So, but we need to increase the speed and also the predictability in terms of permits, and that was also part of the Green Deal industrial plan, which we then applaud. Then the third part is the infrastructure. We need to have a competitive infrastructure in terms of harbors and railways, etc. But the fourth part, and that's why I'm really happy to be here at this conference, is actually the need of the skills for the green transition. And when we speak to the industries in Sweden, 3 out of 4 are actually expressing concerns that the lack of skills will then kind of be an obstacle to the green transition, to also economic growth and the business performance. And that is within all sectors and all areas, all industries, I would say.
Exactly as Eleonora was describing. So how come then that the education system, the university system, the vocational training system doesn't produce, or that the labor force is not getting enough reskilling opportunities? Why? Michael?
Good question. I mean, as you heard, I mean, the issue, the question of skills gap, skills mismatch is seen slightly differently by industry than by the employer organization. And so I'm not sure that this can be so clearly answered. What we can clearly see in some areas, we do not educate enough people in Europe. That's, I don't know about chemists, but I know, for example, about medical doctors. So Europe relies on importing medical doctors, for example, and that's probably a cost issue. But then the other thing is also that, and Ludwig has said that very clearly, I mean, it's not about providing people the right skills and then send them out to the labor market. I mean, in a changing society and economy, we have to rely on people getting re-educated, retrained, reoriented. And I think this is from the university side, there is a major issue to be addressed in that universities are lifelong learning providers, but it's not one of their missions, which is very well visible and very well defined at the moment, and also really not acknowledged in many national systems. So this is clearly something that can be enhanced. And I mean, there's a lot of talk about micro-credentials these days. We see micro-credentials as one of the, well, how do you say, one of the flagship or pilot initiatives to further explore lifelong learning at higher education levels. Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, what the discussion that we have here is also very interesting because it makes clear why we cannot talk about greening, but why we have to talk about also about the social changes, because this is what people are worried about. Employers are worried, employees are worried, citizens are worried. When you look into the news on television, you see that citizens are worried because not about the technology changes, how that would impact their life, and also who pays for that. And I think this is a big task that we have to, which is also where universities can also have a contribution. I mean, how do you develop the scenarios? How do you involve populations, citizens, communities into these discussions and develop solutions which are not only technically feasible but also socially acceptable?
Yeah, we are going to talk about policies of the EU. I also want to invite you, if you want to get into the discussion. I think somebody is circulating with microphones, so you can just, then raise a finger and try and get a microphone, and I'll let you in. There are many questions into this. How do we motivate the young people to actually choose these jobs and professions? Michael, you should know this.
No, I don't.
You don't? Well, Sergio.
No, I mean, Matteo just said it.
Matteo.
Well, actually, I would say that's what also Ludovic meant, because first of all, there are several elements that we need to a little bit to clarify, because as also Michael said, and as was said now also by Eleonora, the fact that in 5 years, how long is a degree, like bachelor's, master's? 5 years. And we've just heard that in 5 years' time, many employers do not know what exactly will be, not only the skills, but also the kind of jobs. And this is very important, because we need to divide the discussion between lifelong learning, upskilling and reskilling, which needs to happen now, with what is the role of higher education, also what means employability within the different missions of higher education. Because, and we have seen, I will take the example of Namur, of Torino, of those heavy industrial cities that had become in the past monocultures. And when that industry had problems, the whole region had problems. And this is an important tale in the sense that we on the one hand, we have the lifelong learning that should work on the upskilling, reskilling of what are the competencies, the kind of jobs that are needed now or in 1 to 3 years' time. But then we have also the whole youth cohort, especially this, mostly those that go to higher education. They need to have the possibility to have the competencies and the knowledge to adapt to the different needs that are going to come. So having this narrow mindset of employability of the employers need this now is actually the recipe of failure, because as it was said before, in 5 years' time the whole economic set would be different. And that is also important, another important element, in the sense that my mother, for instance, is a chemist, and they were 5 to 6 in her degree course. If we would have used the budgetary lines that have been in place also in Europe for 10, 15 years, that course of study would have been closed. Also the element of doctor shortages, we should also think about why it's not just universities, actually the public sector is not investing in education, because in Italy we have, for instance, a big problems of numerus clausus. We have many students that would like to enter in the degrees of medicine, but they cannot. So sometimes it's not just about incentivizing, and the incentives is, for instance, the importance of having all the elements that Ludovic mentioned, not only in terms of pay, but work-life balance, in terms of safety at work. But it's also about allowing with the public investments, allowing the higher education sector to provide the students that would like to go there with those kind of professions. And sometimes this is what we are missing now.
Marie?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to also your question about how we could encourage young people. And I think we need to take a step back in terms also about leadership, as Johan mentioned. And I always want to look upon things as an opportunity. But we know that based on figures from, for example, UNICEF, that 70% of the 10-year-old children today are not able to read on a global scale. So that's kind of sad facts due to the pandemic, etc. But then we also know that mental illness, etc., the disbelief about the future. So for me, and from my context, there's also a lot about providing that we can change it, as Johan said, the opportunity-based side, and then the leadership, and from my perspective, that the companies can provide. And not only, of course, based on technology, but it is possible. So the part of the curriculum and this more systemic approach also need to encompass that it is possible, and we need to have this holistic view when we do that. So I just want to emphasize the leadership part of this as well.
So the European Union is going into, I'll give you just in a second, we're going to talk a little about what the EU is doing, because it's getting in big time, getting into the area of education and training, and 2025 is when the European education area should be created. So do you think that the things that the European Union are doing in this field, is it enough? Is it good? Is it going in the right direction? Is it enough money? Sergio.
So going back to the, to the previous discussion, but then I will update it with that. As there have been many things said about how universities should modulate themselves to adapt to the labor market and to also be able to upscale and rescale workers, I would like to think ourselves, or think of an ideal scenario in which we have some chemical engineers that they have studied in the university, they go to work, and then let's face in the ideal scenario that they go back and study again the same degree. They should face a different degree. They should face a different knowledge. They should learn new things. That means that the university in 5 years has adapted their study programs to the reality. That means that...
It's a time lag, is that what you're saying?
No, it's an imaginary situation. So we study 5 years in chemistry, we go to the labor market, and in 5 years we study again. That person should live a different experience in the university, with different knowledge, with different learnings. Yeah? Universities should adapt their programs constantly to the new realities. That put us, universities, as a constant pressure to adapt ourselves and to provide new knowledge to society. But the constraints that we have is that the knowledge we are generating and we are producing are packed in credits and unpacked in bachelor's or master's. These are the possibilities that we have. We cannot adapt our programs in time frame, in how we pack the knowledge. So if we want that universities are a tool for lifelong learning, we need first to change our mindsets and to think that students are not young people. Students are everyone that wants to study in university, and we have to generate programs that are adapted to all ages. And we also need to generate programs that are shorter and allows someone that is having a year break, coming to university, adapt themselves, and then come back. These are something called micro-credentials. Mariya, Gabriel told about it. Michael is talking about it. We are doing micro-credentials. We are planning to do micro-credentials in the Alliance, but we need still to know what is a micro-credential. Micro-credential, what does it mean? Is 30 credits? Is 60 credits? Is something different? We have to be allowed to credit those micro-credentials and to put those micro-credentials in the Europass. So universities, we need to have this certifying power, let's say. And for that, we need normative changes.
Normative changes for the universities, not only to have the usual programs, but also shorter educations, turning towards people already working.
And I know there is work going on in the European Union sphere, but we need this work to permeate national regulations.
Michael.
Yeah, I do not fundamentally disagree, but I see it slightly different. I mean, these micro-credentials, probably the name is new, but this has been around for ages, not at every university, but 3 years ago we did a study, we found out that every second university provides short courses that earn a certificate or some credits, and so it is there. It's just like what I said, it's not the mainstream of the university, and if you look back and go through the agendas of our higher education policy dialogues over the past decades. We haven't discussed about it. We looked, as you said, at bachelor and master's degrees, that was it, yeah? But it's actually there, and so it's more the question, and I can see that in some systems you really have a problem with recognition and in some systems also with how to finance them and all that. So all this has to be settled. But just to say this is not an agenda for the future, this is something that is already there and ongoing. I think it's good to have this initiative of the European Union now to draw attention to it and also to enhance it.
So the European Union is drawing attention to it, but is there more they should do?
You know, absolutely. I think that's what you rightly said. You know, this has to be one of the missions of universities to cater for lifelong learners, and that happened so far. But it happens somewhere in an institution. It's not very visible. When you go to websites, you find easily the master's programs and the bachelor programs. Try to find the lifelong learning offer. That again, almost every university provides something. So that is clearly something that has to be enhanced.
But if I can add something very short, is that those short programs exist, I agree with you, but there is no regulation under those short programs. So each university generates these short programs according to...
Yeah, but we are not sure whether...
But if we need to certify and to put it in the Europass, we need regulation on that. And we need to generate a legislative figure that allows us...
Is this a difference of opinions?
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Probably of perspectives rather than of opinions.
Yeah, universities should be doing other things, is what you're saying, and than they are doing now, or at least additional things.
That to do different things, I absolutely agree that we need to do different things apart from the ones we are doing.
Yes, and Michael, your point
I think it's simply a matter of what system you are and whether a university can issue these certificates or micro-credentials, and whether this has some credibility also with employers, and how you achieve that. And in some European countries, this is strongly regulated. In others, it's less regulated. But I agree with you that it would be good, of course, to have a more European approach and solution for that. And this is currently under discussion. Yeah. But that should not withhold us to offer and to enhance micro-credentials already now. We shouldn't wait for the day when we get an agreement on what a micro-credential is. It's already there.
Yeah,
you're giving a lot of food for thought here for the government. All ministers of education are struggling exactly with this issue. Is it somebody? Yeah. Do you have a microphone? Introduce yourself.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, I'm John Edwards, the Secretary General of UASHI, which is the European Association for Applied Higher Education. I have a question for Mariya, actually the Swedish employers, which is that the graduates from the higher education that are coming to work in your industries, do you think they are ready to work? Do they have the knowledge, but do they also have the experience ready to get into the job? And should there be more work-based learning in higher education? Thank you.
Thank you for raising that question. And I think the kind of overall answer is that, I mean, we need to have a more, approach need to be based a lot more on what the workforce actually needs, or I mean, the employers actually need. So we haven't been speaking so much about vocational training, for example. That is something that we really emphasize, the need of that, and also, as you said, the short courses, etc. So not only the students, but how we can reskill and upskill the present workers. So I couldn't probably give you like a general answer to that, but more adapt the education to what the labor market, what we actually need. And then the systematic, holistic view of things, the system approach will be necessary. And then once again emphasize also the STEM part, but also the vocational and education part of that. So,
Eleonora.
Yes, I wanted just to intervene because this question rang me a bell in my head, because I have a good example. Of course, when students come out from the university, from the VET program, they need to be trained in the industry. And I have a good example from our Italian member, Federchimica, which is social partner at Italian level in the chemical industry. Where in their collective agreement for the chemical industry, industry since 2009. There is a project which is called Generational Bridge. And basically, on a voluntary basis, workers in age near to retirement can accept to reduce their working hour and be have at their and have with them young people coming out from apprenticeship, so that they can teach them. So this is, I think, a good example which is going on now since 2009 on how people coming out from university, from schools, can be integrated in the labor market. And it's a win-win situation, because from one side it values the working period of the people who are near to retirement, and on the other side it enables also young people to be ready for the labor market.
Was that a satisfactory answer, do you think? Great. We have another question.
Good morning. Aravella Zachariou, Head of the Unit of Education for Sustainable Development from the Cyprus Ministry of Education. It's a question for all the speakers. I was listening very carefully the need for connecting and creating networks of higher education with employers and a trade market. I was thinking that if you have any idea on how the higher education should connect with the lower levels of education. I mean, since creating these opportunities in this system of green skills and green jobs should be started from the very early age. Did the representatives of a labor market and the higher education consider the possibilities or develop any programs that will be connected with primary and secondary education in this direction to create a system of these green jobs and green skills? Thank you.
I mean, that's part of the we could consider part of the so-called third mission, what we've working in Bologna to call public responsibility of higher education towards society. And absolutely, that's an important element, is in the sense of answering the needs of the communities, which are not just are not only the employability element, but also the elements in societal and communities. So, for instance, that is a good example of what could be done. But at the same time, so as Michael was indicating, not only for lifelong learning, but also for the third mission, there is still, it's not much of focus, not only on the policy side, but also on the funding side. So that is why also the work that we're doing at the Bologna process level is important in order to give a framework that could become a cognitive framework also for the governments in recognizing the third mission as one of the elements, and giving then finally a name, not just what comes after the first and the second one.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's clear that work-based experience, it's important that we develop apprenticeship, that there's also more knowledge about how the society and the economy works when you are a student, but students cannot be ready for entering a company. That's something that is important. So the discussion, the interconnection, having a global vision on where we are going with the transition is something that we have to that students have to learn also in universities. And I think it's also important there that we have more that more people can access. So the question of inclusiveness, of training, or of those who are early school leavers is a question that is fundamental, because the challenge, and I would link it also to the EU role in education and training, is that people have to, society has to think that there's a global challenge and that they are part of a team. For the moment, most of people in the transition are not even looking at the match. If I would make the analogy to a football game, they are not on the bench, they are not on the in the team, they are not even looking at what is happening. They are not included in the discussion. So I think there's a massive discussion about inclusion of workers and society in where we are going, and for that we need strategic planning. We cannot have only adaptability, and that's where it's important to help and equip people, but we have to. We cannot have only individual looking at the individual situation of workers or of early school leavers or of needs that are unequipped to the labor market. We have to look at where we are going and who we have to train, how the industries will change. If in 5 years the jobs will have completely changed, it means that indeed, university is not able to deliver this because it's hard knowledge that is known, etc. But that's why strategies, cooperation are needed, and collaboration are needed to draw the pathway together.
Thank you. Sjur Bergan, recently retired head of the education department at the Council of Europe, so based in Strasbourg rather than Brussels. I would like to pick up on something that Johan Kuylenstierna said, and I think very rightly so. He talked about the scientific approach and then linked this to, on the one hand, attitudes, convictions, beliefs, and on the other hand, values. Now what we see is an increasing questioning of the importance of scientific knowledge. And on the other hand, I think we see a values crisis in the sense that you see, in political life at least, increasing populism largely on the right, but also on the left, and decreased belief in reaching decisions through democracy. So my question would be, and it's clearly a failure of education in many ways, so what can the education community do to help this, and what can the other social partners do?
You have already given plenty of answers, I think. Sergio wants to say something really short.
Yeah, first to the Cyprus colleague, because we haven't answered about how to mainstream what we are doing in universities to secondary and primary education. It comes again with this word that we like in the Alliance a lot to use, that is transdisciplinarity. Transdisciplinarity is bringing all the disciplines together, including those doing the education, so educational science. So when we incorporate them in this green transition, then it will be impacted. It will impact in other stages in education. So it's fundamental for us universities that we are training the future teachers to incorporate those future teachers in our strategies too.
But also allow healthy democratic debate.
Yeah, of course.
The democratic debate, of course.
And I wanted to add.
No,
to
I'm sorry.
Because
we have the very last question here.
Sorry, my name is Anni Siltanen, and I represent both the ECEG and Finnish chemical employers. Our companies express a great worry about the teachers, especially vocational education training teachers in Europe, and whether or not we are going to have
a lack of teachers.
Lack of teachers. So is this going to be the next great lack, and whether the universities especially have a strategy for the vocational education and training teachers to be educated in the near years?
That is right up your alley.
Yeah, not quite. I mean, as you mentioned, vocational education is not really my alley, but I mean, I think you are absolutely right. We talked all the time about higher education. We could equally have talked about VET, and you talked about skills shortages and shortages of labor, and I think where you feel it really already is at the VET sector, when there are not enough young people going into VET. But I'm sorry, I don't have a solution for that. I mean, we have faced a demographic problem, and you know the solutions that, or the remedies that are discussed for this. So
next time we'll have vocational training also on stage, of course. Last question now for me.
The one thing that I can say maybe that increasingly we can see collaboration between higher education or university sectors and VET sector as well. So that's.
Now, the EU has a lot of programs and strategies and initiatives in this area. Just last week, we heard about the net zero industry academies, for instance, that might come. But these initiatives, there are so many, in fact, that it's quite difficult for an outsider to keep track of them all. What should the EU do to make all these initiatives and possibilities and opportunities, and also money, to create a clarity in this?
So I would like to say that also for a person who daily deals with European affairs, it's difficult to be on track with all the initiatives that there are from the European Union, especially also on education. I think that one important role that the union can play on education is bringing stakeholders together, and this is a very good example. And especially I see a good opportunity with supporting EU-wide consortia, such as, for example, the Blueprint for Sectoral Cooperation, that I know that there are on the agenda. We will have lots of examples on this. Which brings together different actors, so VET, labor market actors, but also universities, trade unions as well. So I think this is the, let's say, a good framework where we can also tackle the issue of mismatching between what the education providers can offer and what the industry needs. And finally, I think that the European Year of Skills will be a good opportunity for the European Union to show what is doing on the skills and education field. And moreover, the fact that national coordinator will be appointed, I think this...
National coordinators.
Yeah, I think this could help in bringing, let's say, the initiatives at European level to the ground and to the member states.
Thank you. That sounds like the perfect last word, because our time is up now. So thank you all very much for bringing those insights to our discussion. Give them a warm hand. Time now for a short coffee break, and come back at 10 after 11, then we'll have the European Commission on stage. vi se här.
Jag tror de frågorna egentligen är svaret på... Alltså, om du vi kan ta samma svar som vi har tänkt oss förut. Men vi kan ta det i...
Ja, det blir lite på volley. Welcome back. I'm happy to be joined by two prominent representatives of the European Commission. It is Sofia Eriksson Waterskott, a director at the DG Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, and Stefan Olsson, who is Deputy Director General at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. It's a privilege to have you both here, since what we're talking about is at the heart of both your directorates. I will ask you first about a piece of news that came last week. We saw a proposal from the Commission of a Net Zero Industry Act. So I wanted to ask you, what role do skills play in that proposal? Do you want to start, Sofia?
Well, thank you very much for inviting us, and thanks for the really brilliant and inspiring keynote speeches and I think very good panel. Yes, indeed, the green transition is definitely at the heart of the EU policy agenda at this moment, and an important milestone, an important act that we are all going to follow up and see, take forward in different ways is indeed the European Green Deal industrial plan. There are many things to say in this plan. It's a very ambitious initiative, but clearly I think the takeaway for us, I think jointly for what we are dealing with, is that one of the key pillars in this industrial plan is you cannot do the green transitions without looking at building up skills and competencies, upskilling, building new skills, reskilling, relearning, lifelong learning. There are many names, but this is definitely a key part. And of course, with this theme of the conference and looking at also the role of higher education institutions, I think it's you cannot do the green transition without looking at how the higher education landscape in Europe can contribute in different ways.
Stefan?
Yeah, no, again, thank you to the presidency and very nice to see everybody here. And a great initiative. Sweden is really leading on a lot of these issues overall on the green transition, and also in terms of adapting society in all ways, in all fashion to this. And therefore it's really a great event. I mean, as Sofia said, this is really putting skills, higher education, VET, at the heart of EU policy. And that might seem logical, but for Sofia and me, I think it's also a bit of a watershed moment, because when these type of initiatives that are coming from the absolute top of the Commission, that are being discussed by heads of state and government as we speak, do not always, let's say, contain the issues that we deal with. Competitiveness and these issues, we know very well that education, social affairs, employment is at the heart, but it's not always it comes out. And the fact that skills in all its aspect is one of the pillars of this Green Industrial Plan is a real novelty, and it's about changing the narrative, as Johan Kuylenstierna said. It's really it means that we are putting skills on the absolute top of the agenda, and that will really change things. And I think I'll stop there, because we'll come back to it, I think, through the questions.
Exactly, but does that mean that you will work together, your directors will work together more closely from now on?
I don't think we can work more closely than we do, really, unless we move in the same building. The challenge, but I'll have the challenge here to me, and being very open now, it is that when an area is getting lifted up to this level, and it's clear for European business, social partners, trade unions, the heads of state, when it comes up to that level, then it's important that we also get a chance to come in, that you get a chance to come into the debate, because there is also a risk of reinventing the wheel. And we have so many important things going on. So it's very important that we build on those, that they get to be brought in, and it's by all of us here in the room, so that it's not somebody who hasn't been affected by this before that comes with a great idea. Maybe we should have a skills agenda. So yeah, no, we have one, and I think that it sounds very simple, but I think it is what we will be working on a lot, to say no, the actors are committed. We have the tools, we have the funding. It's about using them, perfecting them, but. But I'll see if Sofia agrees.
I do fully agree, and I want to really echo that we work extremely closely together, and that's not something new. And I think I want to relate it to what we have heard in this morning's panel and discussion. I think, Johan, you mentioned we need to work under one system, and I think there were several of you, maybe Matteo, you talked about the holistic approach. And this reflects actually how we are working. If you look into education, of course, all levels matter. In a way, what we are talking about, it depends on maybe the time it takes to build up some of these skills. But it's an ongoing and never-ending, it's a continuous work. So you need to start basically at kindergarten. You build up these skills, but of course you need to run it through the whole lifetime. So of course we should talk also about school education, vocational education and training, higher education, adult education. If we don't have this holistic point of view, we will not manage. So I think that's also reflecting how we work together, because we are dealing with different parts of the lifeline of education and training. And if we're not taking serious that everything matters, and of course you need also to look into, for example, pathways into different systems. If you do, especially if you want to add on additional training in a lifelong learning context, but if you find yourself against a wall, I cannot do that because I didn't have the right qualifications 20 years ago when I finished my education, then we have a problem. So it is a collective work, and we need to go towards such a one system holistic approach. Otherwise, it will be difficult. And the reason why we also have to do it, and we have to do it now, so this is not something we can think too much about. We need to push on all the reforms and developments that are happening, because there is a sense of urgency, and we have to accelerate all this work. Otherwise, we are lagging behind of the big, ambitious political visions and simply the need of our society.
Well, a takeaway from the panel was that they were aware of appreciated all the initiatives that the EU is putting forward, but also that it's difficult to get the overview, even for the people in the business who deal with these things all the time. Do you need to create a greater clarity for what EU is doing, especially now that you're moving into the EU education area also?
Yeah, it is a general challenge, I think, with all societal systems, no? That they are complex because the world is complex. So it's about the narrative, and it's about really emphasizing where do we want to go, and then all the different tools will need to contribute to that, like Sofia said. I think if we take an example, because it's a lot about being also ready to slaughter some sacred cows in all, and that goes for all of us, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. So look, for example, at what we did with the RRF, and this is again jargon, but we for many years we've had the funding had been done through a specific model. Then, after the pandemic and the economic crisis, there was a new instrument being put forward called the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which created a completely new system. Actually, member states would no longer present 7-year plans, but actually put forward a number of milestones, and then they would get the money. If they did the milestones, they got the money. And that's a typical thing where I think the EU is thinking very, I mean, we for us it was tough because we had a model that we knew, but we changed all of that. We created new departments, we set up a new system, and we went for it. And in that there has been a lot of spending on skills in that and on education, but much more rapidly. And much more money than before. So I think that's the type of thinking that we all need to do, and that this type of event also should stimulate, and to be able to say, okay, what we're doing is okay, but what can we now question and do new? And there EU can play a big role as well.
So new cows, but better cows.
Yeah, and slaughter some of them.
And slaughter some of the old ones. Yeah. All countries, as we were talking about with the panel, are lacking people. There's a lack of skilled labor, and the green skills are needed in all sectors. And if I understand it right, the Net Zero Industry Act is talking about strategic sectors, but actually all sectors need to go through the green transition. How can you help the old ones that are perhaps not as, not everybody's doing batteries, but they still need to, go on the engineering industry, the power industry, etc. How are you going to frame your help to those sectors?
Well, first of all, it's great we have a European Year of Skills ahead of us, so that's also an opportunity to make visible a lot of the actions and the support that the Commission can provide. I think that's an important point. And of course, we have this ambitious vision of working towards or going towards a European education area, whereas it's a lot about collaboration, working together, because we are stronger together. If we focus in a bit on the higher education sector, we can see that we are asking a lot from our universities, from our higher education institutions. They should be competitive, attractive, but they should deliver on all these big expectations. But of course, we need to we need to support them, and this is, of course, a strong national competence. But from the EU level, we can add on and provide incentives and help in this support. So, of course, you need to look at the funding. Do they have enough funds simply to be up to the challenge? But also, do they have the right resources? Are the people that will have to deliver on this there? I think somebody mentioned a very important point in the panel in terms of, it's one thing to say we have to upskill and reskill and develop skills, but do we have those teachers and trainers, the professors, are they there? I think, unfortunately, we see in many occasions there's actually a bit of a teacher shortage, and it goes beyond. We talk about that typically for school education, but we see it in all sectors. So you need to help universities to have the capacity and have the readiness to deliver on all these expectations. From the Commission side, we presented about 1 year ago a big initiative, a European university strategy. And this is really already at the time, it was not that we started to think about the green and digital transition because of the industrial plan. The European strategy for universities have the green and digital transition at its core. So and the strategy proposes, I will not go into the details, but this is encompassing at least 50 different actions where the EU can support and where we also of course, asking member states to act. But it's the core message, in a nutshell, what this strategy is trying to do is to help the higher education sector to be fit for the future. Well, fit for today, actually, and fit for the future, and be fully fit for the green transition.
Yeah, I mean, in the same vein, but in the for the skills agenda has the same. I mean, we have the Pact for Skills, we have the partnerships there, we have 14 large-scale partnerships, and what this is doing is bringing together, as was discussed, I think, by everybody so far, the need, and your panel was illustrating that very well as well. You bring together public actors, social partners, training providers, university. I mean, you bring everybody together in partnerships, and that's there the EU helps by creating a framework, bringing everybody together, having funding available, but it is really the framework. The real partnerships will have to be done not in the Brussels bubble, and I think that's very important to underline. But this has led then to commitments to 6 million. New trainings, but that's not going to be enough. So I think this type of initiatives and alliances on batteries, on those partnerships are going to be crucial for the EU to be there and be competitive when it comes, so that the bottlenecks don't stop us. And that is this realization that is coming, which is creating a momentum, I think.
Now, the member states have very different systems when it comes to universities and vocational training, so large differences. What challenges that put to you as Commission, that the member states are so different and have come such different distances in getting things together?
Well, we have, I think, luckily a very long and solid tradition of working together. I think that goes for all sectors, and certainly for higher education. We have, well, I think it goes back to the Middle Age probably, but to think more recently, we've celebrated last year the 35 years of our Erasmus Plus program. We have, I think, some people in the room will correct me now, but we have certainly more than 20 years of Bologna process cooperation. We have really solid tradition of cooperation, and we have developed over the years very strong tools that will help and facilitate further. And the beauty of these tools and the beauty of this cooperation is that we don't need to have harmonized system. We need to make sure that our systems are somehow talking to each other, that they can be transparent towards each other, and you can have comparability. So that's why we see more and more examples of joint programs, for example, joint bachelors, joint masters, and this is fully in the spirit of some of our flagship initiatives. We talked a lot this morning about the European University Alliance, and it's great to have Charm EU here as representatives. This is a very high-level ambition initiative. Even we can say we've done great things in the past. This is a totally different level. It's a kind of the transition of the higher education sector. These alliances, we ask a lot from them, but we also see that there is a willingness and there are a lot of things happening, as you explained. But the fact that we want to go for joint modules, joint degrees, working together on big challenges and new innovative ways of working together across borders. This is where the challenges are now. Again, it doesn't mean that even if we have some legislative, administrative obstacles, for example, to do a joint degree is quite complicated today. But we see a willingness, certainly from the higher education institutions, but also from member states, because sometimes there might be a need to open up some of the current rules, create some derogations in the systems that still will keep, I would say, the national specific situation. But I'm sure we will manage, also because of this higher political push that we see from various top initiatives.
Yeah, so one question about the pace or the speed that all this is going. The Commissioner, Mariya Gabriel, was mentioning the Deep Tech Initiative. And there the European Union has a very bold goal, 1 million people skilled in deep tech by 2025. That's only in 2 years' time. How is that going?
Indeed. Well, green transition is a necessity, and sometimes you need to have bold initiatives to deliver on these very, very necessary but important goals that we are having. So I would say the Deep Tech Talent Initiative is one of those bold initiatives. It's about delivering by 2025 1 million tech talents. Now, luckily, we have a great institute. We have the so-called EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and as Commissioner Gabriel said, that they are the main actor. They are entrusted to deliver on this. We know that it is not only for the EIT. A lot of the universities out there, including the alliances, will also take part of this. But what is so special about perhaps this target is that we are here focusing and we're asking universities, and not only universities, research institutes and also business to work together and upscale programs. Can be training programs. It doesn't have to be fully new qualifications, but it can be training programs that will focus on the so-called deep tech sectors. Now you will ask me, what is deep tech sectors? And again, I think what is an important takeaway from the panel, it's a dynamic definition. I think nobody will really be able to say a full list of the green skills, the green competences, and what are the deep tech sectors. But so we have to take a photo of today and be able to do as to our best knowledge what kind of high growth and innovation potential deep tech sectors are needed, and that's where the effort should be lying. That's what we are looking into the 1 million. Luckily, the EIT has a big network of partners. They have more than 3,000 partners across Europe and globally. So it is not themselves doing this. It's about mobilizing.
One last question for you, Stefan, because everything that happens has to remain. Europe must remain competitive. People must have good jobs. So if I ask you the last and perhaps most difficult question, but that is often asked, will this green transition, will it increase the competitiveness of Europe, really?
I think when we heard our keynote speak and also the minister initially, I think Johan Kuylenstierna explained very, very well that actually your question is wrong, in the sense of that it's not, the green transition is our economy. It is not a small segment of a new economy like AI, but no, the whole economy needs to do this transition, and there might be some reluctance to accept that, and but that's a natural process, I think. But I think we all know that the new economy has to be green or it's difficult to get it right, but the word, but so it's about competitiveness of the EU overall. And for that there needs to be the full transformation. Of course, Russia's aggression war has prompted this even more by the fossil fuel challenge, but so it is really being part of and being able to do the transformation across society, and as we've said, the tools are there, so that EU can help, but the EU, I think its role is very much to change the narrative and to be a long-term leader, because politics are often needs to deal with the next election, and the EU's role can be to look a bit further, support governments in that, and to propose the regulation that we have done as well on combustion engines or all the other things, in order to support this change overall. And then what we're discussing here is becoming essential, and what, again, coming back to the first question, the key item here is that everybody is now realizing that without the skills tools, without the higher education, without the vet taking a big part in this, it won't happen. So I think the EU will not create the jobs, but the EU can really drive the understanding and create the framework for that.
Yes, so we will be successful because we have to, as Churchill would have said.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will turn now to some examples. I am looking for... Yes, something is happening. The Green Skills Awards, you may have heard about that as a competition to recognize the most innovative environmental sustainable training and learning initiatives in Europe and beyond. And teachers and trainers and institutions and organizations who are providing inspirational programs that support the green transition, they are encouraged to apply. This is an information that you can give forward to anyone they meet, because they should share their stories. And we are going to meet two examples now that could be perhaps contenders for this award. And the first one is Skillmill, co-funded by Erasmus. And where are you, Skillmill? Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to us today. We are the Skillmill project, and for 15 minutes, we will talk to you about interdisciplinary innovation in transversal skills awareness. My name is Björn Nyström. I am from Uppsala University, where I am the project manager for the Skillmill project, and I am joined today by two of my colleagues.
Hi everyone, I'm Sanna Granas from the University of Helsinki. I work there as a career counselor.
And I'm Elias Faltin, also Uppsala University. I work as a project coordinator at the Department for Game Design on our campus Gotland.
All right, so what is Skillmill? Could we go to the next slide, please? There we are. So what we have done is we have taken a number of existing skills taxonomies, and we have passed this through a, for us, pretty unique interdisciplinary approach of study abroad expertise, skills expertise, career counseling, and game design to create a new framework for user-friendly, student-centered skills awareness pedagogics. But we must always start with why. Next slide, please. So as a university, we're very aware that skills are at the forefront of global development narratives. In 2021, World Economic Forum launched their skills taxonomy, calling for a shared language of skills between higher education and the private sector and the rest of the world. Last year, we were very happy to see the ESCO, the European Skills Framework, integrate green skills into their taxonomy of skills. But it's not only about the technical skills. At universities, we do teach students to measure carbon footprints of global value chains. But there are other aspects of the green transition as well, and other aspects of skills. Last year in June, the European Council endorsed the inner development goals. Now these goals are also skills, but these are the inner skills. These are the behaviors that not only those who work in the green transition technically, but all of us need to display every single day for a long period of time for the green transition to happen. And it ranges from leadership. How do we lead? How do we cooperate together? How do we enable others to have chances they didn't have before? How do we act to make the green transition happen? Where I come from, we call these transversal skills. They're also called soft skills, generic skills, and they are important, and they are increasingly important. But for us as educators, as in universities, they pose a challenge. And we call this challenge the Hidden Skills Challenge. We have an expert on that with us. Sanna, if you would share with us, what does this mean?
So those soft skills, transversal skills that are crucial for our employability, and also, as we have heard today, they are crucial for the green transition. They can be actually trained, developed in very different experiences and situations, at work, during our studies, even during our free time activities. But with those skills, with the learning of the skills comes the challenge. Because those skills sometimes they stay hidden. They might not be visible for others. We might not be able to recognize the skills that we've gained. We might not be able to identify the skills that we possess. And we might not be able to also communicate the skills to others. We might not be able to verbalize them. So a report from 2014 by the Finnish National Agency for Education, the report actually summarizes quite clearly the challenge of hidden skills. The competencies that we acquire might be hidden if we are not able to express and recognize them.
Next slide, yes.
And actually, the European Skills Agenda highlights exactly the same challenge. So identifying, recognizing, and communicating our transversal skills can be challenging. And this is the challenge of hidden skills. This is the challenge that we address with Skillmill.
the way we address this challenge is, as one does, by building an app. If we would have done it today, we would have probably built an AI tool. But let's see, maybe we can do that in the coming years. And as you will see in a second, we actually felt a bit betrayed, I guess, because the EU skills agenda seemed to have stolen exactly our framework for how to approach these hidden skills, which is to identify, understand, and then express them, right? And so this concept of the problem not being with training skills, but with exactly revealing them and communicating them to others. And we want to show you how we can help not only students, but actually everyone really in this room go from a challenge or situation in your daily life to a skills story in 5 minutes. So we can swap over to the demo computer.
And this is just a cornerstone for us in the lifelong learning, because I have a degree in Japanese linguistics and political science, but my leadership, my cooperation, my critical thinking, I train every single day as a project manager. So in the hidden skills perspective, am I aware of those skills? Am I aware on how to lead or cooperate for a green transition? But let's see, Elias, if you and Skillmill can help me in the next 5 minutes be a little bit more aware about my leadership and teamwork qualities.
And if you have a job already like Björn, this can be very helpful for your next salary negotiation. Otherwise, maybe you might want to look for a different place if that's not an option, a different place of work. But yeah, Björn, what sort of skill do you think you want to write a story about?
Well, so when I read the new ESCO skills, there was a lot of focus about collaboration and leadership and enabling green transitions together. So can we look at my leadership and my cooperation?
Let's look into teamwork and leadership. And so now we see the app presents you with a couple prompts helping you identify a situation from your daily life, work life, study life, collaboration that might fit towards this skill.
Yeah,
is
this
the one for you? What do you want to? What is the situation you're thinking of right now? Tell us, and what should we call it?
Well, maybe it's because we're here talking about Skillmill, but when we began this project, and I was supposed to lead a team of game designers, psychologists, counselors, we knew nothing about each other's worlds. So these were some challenging design workshops. So let's go with interdisciplinary workshops.
Boom. And now we get to the fun part of the app, which is we get to visualize our situation with emoji. Not only is this something that will help us later on remember what was actually that we wrote our story about, right? We imagine that this is something you can do throughout your work life and study life, not only 5 minutes before your job interview. And so that's one part. The other part, actually visualizing a situation with emoji, it's a sort of reflective and meditative exercise in and of itself. So we totally didn't prepare, so the relevant emojis are here already, but I think we were designing an app. What else might be good?
Exactly, and before when we spoke, I chose the world map because we were lost in new territories and we did not go where we were going, and an emoji there to display my feeling at the first design meeting. So this for me creates a learning experience. It tells me that this experience is important and it's worth dwelling on for a while, and to lift from the white noise of everything else that is happening. So what happens then, Elias?
Yes, now we dive in and we explore the situation. So this is really quantity over quality. We want to look at right now all the sort of what we call sub-skills in our skills framework that would be grouped under teamwork and leadership. We're going to look at those now, and we're going to see which of those were used by Björn or relevant to him in this situation. Are you ready?
I am ready. Let's go.
Let's go. I will not.
So did I help anyone participate in a group activity? Yes, that was my job. Did I take a leading role, providing instructions? Yes, I did. Did I help team members? Well, you click no. Well, actually, no, I was more leading. Did I help teamers to get to know and trust each other more? Yes, that was an important part of it, actually. We'll get back to that. Did I cooperate with people from other cultures, personalities? Yes, every single day. Did I team up with someone to solve this task together? Yes. So you see, I clicked yes on a lot of these, and our counselors say that many skills are relevant in the same situation, and the same situation contains many skills. Now, the Skillmill app connects to the database of ESCO, of OECD, of World Economic Forum, and it can give some recommendations. It's not a personality test. We can't tell people what they trained, but we can suggest skills that may have been relevant for them. So Elias, are you going to show some skills that might have been relevant to my workshop experience?
Yeah. And as you might remember, we now identified a situation and we're in the middle of exploring it, and soon we will be able to verbalize and communicate. But we gotta hurry up now. So which of those two was more relevant for you, Björn? Encouraging participation or leading and coordinating?
Okay, so I'm learning about skills such as encouraging participation, leading and coordinating. I think leading is a low-hanging fruit because I did lead and coordinate. But yeah, here's the thing. It was more than that because we didn't know each other. We didn't trust each other. We know what we know. We had no idea what anyone else knew. So let's go with building trust. And working in diverse groups, yes, it was. But I'm going to stick with building trust. And by comparing these skills, I'm forced to think about what does collaboration mean? What does building trust mean? And what does this mean in my specific experience? And although we don't tell people to reflect, this is exactly what we are forced to do here. So I'm going to stick with building trust.
All right, and now we gotta get really, really fast to actually write a story that you can use in your next salary negotiation. So let's go with the shorter storytelling format. These are both formats that are used by career counselors, the CAR and the STAR story. CAR stands for challenge, action, result. So what was the challenge in the situation?
So what we have given the app so far, no, don't write that. I'm just telling them.
No, I know, I'm writing what
okay.
you did in the...
No, but what the app gives me so far with giving back to me is interdisciplinary workshop. Gave me experience in teamwork and leadership skills, such as building trust. So now I need to reframe this experience, but from a skills building narrative. So the context. I led an innovation project, and I had to lead an interdisciplinary workshop between people who did not know each other at all. What's the next question, Elias?
What did you do about it? How did you attack this situation?
Well, we were forced to be humble, to listen to each other, and ultimately trust that the other people knew what we were doing, even when it didn't make sense to us. And we had to trust ourselves that our skills, our knowledge was sufficient in order to match what the other experts were bringing. But maybe you can write an abbreviated version of that.
I'm trying, okay. And then as the last step, what was the result of this? How did you grow? What was the outcome?
Well, I think the result you can all see right now, but I'd have to say that we managed, even during COVID, even in our kitchens, by the laptop, across different countries, we were able to contribute to the same goal. By trusting the goals that we had and by trusting each other and ourselves, we managed to make an innovation.
All right, now we gotta really hurry up. We saved the situation, and now we put it into our storybook. And this is really the last cool part of the app, because the storybook, on the one hand, as you can see, we have other stories in here that Björn might have experienced at some point. But we also get our new story. We can look at it. We can read about it again. We can export it from here. We can look at our emoji canvas. But we can also learn about all the sub-skills underneath the soft skill. We can learn more about the soft skill itself, why employers want this skill, what might be a typical job interview question. So not only is this a feedback mechanism and a collection place for all of your stories that you might collect over a longer exchange or longer period working, it also doubles as a sort of encyclopedia for you to educate yourself and learn more about skills that you don't or haven't really encountered or thought about, right? Because we can very clearly see here that critical thinking might not be something that Björn has naturally, I mean, he does, but it's just, it might not be something that he has reflected on a lot, and so this might be something you want to dive into, and then you can launch a new story from here. But yeah.
So that was some very short words from us on how interdisciplinary cooperation can lead to some expected innovation. And we think that this is just one example of how we can use this method, this approach together to work with the skills for the green transition. Thank you.
Absolutely great. Do I find this Skillmill in App Store?
Yes, it's available for free all across the world, all across Europe, in App Store and on Google Play.
And now for something mentioned by Commissioner Schmit earlier, something that is right at the center of the green transition, strategic area, batteries. So I give the floor to Albats.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here. It's a very nice and inspiring conference, and really a lot of interesting ideas. And I have also, with the heart of a software engineer, I have really liked the previous app. But of course, now more working in the skills agenda. My name is Jakub Stolfa. I am from the Technical University of Ostrava. We are work package leader and co-coordinator of the Albats project that is focusing on the battery sector and the skills needs there. And I'm here today together with my colleague.
Yes, I'm Katarina Sandbacka from Vamia Vocational College in Finland, and we are the work package leader for work package 6, which is education and training.
Thank you. And firstly, before we will get to that skills needs in the European battery sector, and we have heard several times today about the battery sector and its importance. Firstly, what it is, this battery sector, and what it contains. It is, of course, a rising sector that is also building on already existing sectors. So we might see raw materials and its processing. We might see, of course, then cells and components manufacturing, battery integration to cars. So for instance, there is a big part of electromobility and the automotive sector or the ecosystem as such. Then of course, its relation to energy and energy storage and other applications there. And then of course, we go to operation, repair and maintenance, and we go to also recycling or second use. And this, of course, as I said, it's new, emerging, and very needed sector in Europe to be able to cover, of course, the need of the electromobility and other. But what is the challenge there? Or we might say, of course, the opportunity is that we need big number of the workforce with the right skills. And as you can see on the slide, the change is constant. What it means, the change is constant. It means, of course, that we are in some kind of transition, as we have seen also in the other presentations today. But we are adapting to that it is not so predictable, but we need to adapt to the adaptability and to new changes and opportunities coming. And this was also mentioned today by Commissioner Schmit and also in the previous speeches. 800,000 jobs are predicted in the battery ecosystem, in the battery sector in the coming years. You can see also spread of the gigafactories around Europe, but it is not only about gigafactories. Battery sector is about also other players and other parts of that sector. As you can see, it affects whole Europe. If it's battery cell manufacturers, if it's module and pack manufacturers, equipment suppliers, active materials suppliers, if it's less recycling companies around Europe, if it's battery test centers, and this is still evolving and this is still growing. And what is the Albats project, Katarina, please?
Yes, the Albats project is an Erasmus project where we are making a blueprint for the battery sector. And we are 20 partners from 11 countries around Europe. Our coordinator is Anders Norberg and Skellefteå kommun up in the north of Sweden, working together with Northvolt to make a huge gigafactory. We are universities, companies, vet providers and associations in the project. And really we are tackling two main questions. The first one is what's going on in the battery industry? What type of job roles and skills are needed there? And the second question is that how can we actually fit these needs or address these different challenges. So we are looking at how can we arrange education around Europe to answer to this question. Both at vocational education level, and there we talk both about initial and also adult education, and then higher education. And we talk about initial education, reskilling and upskilling.
Thank you. And while we look at that, of course, that first stream, so what skills and job roles are needed in this battery sector? These 800,000 people, these millions of people that will work there. I have just one example here, looking at the one part of that value chain that I have shown you before. It's cells and components manufacturing, and especially there, only the production and maintenance. And we are looking at the blue-collar workers, white-collar workers. And in the Alberts project, and of course, due to time, I cannot go into the results, into the detail, but we have analyzed via desk research plenty of already existing job offers, but also we have analyzed that what's upcoming, what kind of trends and technologies influence these skills needs, and what kind of job roles will be needed there. Then we are doing also a series of workshops where we discuss with the stakeholders what is needed and how to close this gap. And we are also doing online survey and other types of activities. But one of our results are also skill cards. And from this enormous number of job roles that we look at, it is around more than 250 job roles. We have analyzed those that are important, that are most important for the battery sector nowadays. And we have described them in the form of skill cards. We have 15 higher education job roles, and we have 11 new and emerging VET level of the job roles. Each job role is described, and then when you look at those materials, it is described also in terms of skills and then learning outcomes if you apply it to a curricula. And we are looking, of course, at, and it was mentioned also today, transversal skills, so the skills that are, of course, generally transversal. Then we are speaking about cross-sectoral skills, specific skills that might be used in the battery sector, then sector-specific skills. Those are really specific for the battery sector and for the job role. And then importantly, we are speaking also about the soft skills that we have also heard today. It's very important, adaptability and other soft skills, teamwork and other things that are important. So that is in the skill cards. We have plenty of reports. So if you have long evening, I invite you to go to our website and read all of those reports. And if you have even longer evening, we have a series of webinars and all is recorded. So it's like almost like a TED talk on the battery sector. So it's about, of course, different value chain steps. It's about also opportunities in education and training. So all of those I invite you to have a look at. And as Katarina already mentioned, where to attract and retain the workforce for the battery sector. It's, of course, initial education, so VET and higher education, as we have mentioned and discussed a lot today. And they are, of course, the challenges in the collaboration of higher education and VET level. There are challenges and opportunities in the collaboration of higher education and VET with industry. And there are, of course, also very good examples. But then what's very important, and also mentioned today, sorry to repeating so much, is upskilling, reskilling of people already working in the industry, but maybe not working in the battery industry, but working in the other industry which is losing or which might be losing jobs there, but there is a big opportunity in the racing industry as the battery is. And for that, we need flexibility and the collaboration. So to be able to speed up reaction on those changes. And of course, we need to find out how. And there are, of course, examples that we would like to mainstream. There are examples that we might build on as on the pieces of puzzle. And with those challenges and opportunities, as it was said, for instance, industry saying we can employ all of those people already right now. battery sector also saying we are having shortage of the people working. Yes, that's true, but there is also why we are looking at Europe. We are looking at the geographical gap, that the new jobs are raising in the other places, then the old jobs are diminishing. Then there is also timing gap, that of course there is a big urgency, but on the other hand, regions around Europe are developing differently. And then of course skills mismatch, as we spoke a lot. And then attractiveness gap. Mainly, maybe when we look at the battery sector, we don't have so much attractiveness gap, but we have one thing what I would like to also strengthen here about and support. It's that STEM education is very needed. STEM education and to support, of course, these developments. But Katarina, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. So what we are doing in Allbas, the results that we get about the job roles, we have created an educational framework. And what we are doing there, we're talking about formal qualifications at EU or within the EU, because vocational educations are strongly regulated. So we try to give recommendations for countries in Europe what they need to do in order to meet these changes. We're concentrating on curricula, so what should be taught within the battery sector, what are the methods. They need to be flexible and inclusive, because we know we got demographic changes. Some are living in areas that are scarce of workforce. So we need everybody on board. We talk about young people, we talk about adults, we talk about immigrants, we talk about third country nationals and so on. And we cannot deliver training with the same method to everybody. And then we want to get it recognized in Europe so that the workforce easily can move around Europe, and then we need to have trained trainers. If we don't have trainers, nobody's going to be able to train people. And what we are going to do is that we are actually making a strategy that we are rolling out. So it will be recommendations for European Commission, for national authorities, for vet providers around Europe, but also for the companies. And just to give some recommendations, we have heard some here today already in the previous talks, but really what we need at national level for the curriculums is a more flexible way, so that we quite quickly can respond on national level to change the curricula. So we can be agile. And really what we also need the flexibility to move away maybe from the silo thinking of traditional job roles. We need to get more multidisciplinary job roles also within VET in the future. And then also this is both for EU and also national governments, is really to force educational providers to work together. Don't create financial mechanisms that put education providers to compete with each other. This is not the time for this now, because now we need really to cooperate all together, because we're not going to make it otherwise. Then also for vet providers, I think we heard this earlier today, it's really important to cooperate both vet and higher education together, and to working life. You want to have skilled workforce. We're talking about emerging industries that's not existing yet. So especially for vet, it's quite difficult to train people for on-hands jobs when the teachers or nobody even been to these workplaces. So this we really need help with. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I have the privilege just very quickly, because I see that the people are running for the lunch then, but very quickly, just two last slides. I have the privilege to be vocal about our university recommendations today, but we have also heard a lot. But maybe one practical thing to think about and maybe be a bit provocative is also that universities teach mainly in majority, while we, of course, it is different all around Europe, but what do they research? But what about also that raising battery sector? And not everyone has like a deep research in the battery field, but there is a big need of the people that are trained in that area. So the collaboration on the education is very important to reuse some kind of existing, for instance, MOOCs, put them into the university courses, and of course introduce already green skills and that courses that are already there to the existing education. And for that, we have also our battery training courses. It's from Albert's project. We have mentioned that at that second stream, we are developing our MOOC courses that will be available on the learning platform, freely available in form of MOOCs, in form of course, blended learning. And then we have also our database of the training courses, which is called Skills Framework, which also issues micro-credentials, but I'm very happy to discuss about that during the lunchtime. And our collaboration, and I haven't mentioned one thing in the last 30 seconds. I haven't mentioned one thing. I'm also the president and the coordinator of the PEC 4 Skills Partnership, of the one from these 14 partnerships, and we are very happy to be the pioneering partnership. We are called Automotive Skills Alliance. Of course, we take the results of existing blueprint projects, and we see in our partnership and this collaboration, which contains more than 110 entities now, from the business, from the education training providers, social partners, but also regions and public authorities. We are happy to mainstream those results. We are happy to tackle challenges together. We have also strategic collaboration with European Battery Alliance Academy, and of course with BEPA. So very happy to talk more after this presentation during the coffee break, during the lunchtime. We have also our stand there. We have also our coordinator here from Skellefteå, so those that speak in Swedish might also use that opportunity, not with me, please. So all that you find on the website, and I would like to say you tack. That's thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Albert. We are running a little late, but the food here is so good, so you eat it quickly. And we'll start again at 1 o'clock, and after that, after our lunch break, we will talk about how to make the labor market and the education system work better together with the state for the green transition. Enjoy your lunch.
the employment relationship does not no longer remain during the time of the labor dispute, which means lower costs for employers. But to protect workers financially, the rules of employment benefits have been changed so that workers now have the right to benefits during this time of the dispute, which means that the financial costs of lawful termination has been shifted from employers to the unemployment benefit scheme. There was also an increased room for keeping key competencies after redundancy situations. The rule before is, or is still generally, last hired, first fired when people are letting go, but now there was room to accept more exceptions from this rule. There was also an increased room to deviate from legislation through collective agreements. This was already quite strong in Sweden, but it's made even more strong with this reform. The huge part was the adaptability, to increase workforce adaptability by the new funded student finance scheme for transition between jobs and retraining. It's a generous system where you can receive up to 80% of your salary for courses up to 1 year. And the Swedish Board of Student Finance will go into this in more detail in just a minute or so. It was a substantial investment by the government, up to 9 billion Swedish kronor was into the system yearly. So it's quite a big commitment from the government. There's the basic transition and skill support is provided by the social partners, who will also talk a bit more about this later. And they facilitate transition for ordinary employees as well as employees whose employment contract is about to expire, with guidance and support. Yes, and then we have the security part. There was also an increased security for workers. The fixed time employment will now automatically be changed to permanent after 12 months. It was 24 months before this reform. Permanent employment has long been the norm for a long time in Swedish labor law, but now also full-time employment is also made the norm. And there is also an increased protection when employers reduce working time due to lack of work for the workers. In summary, we find that this is a model that delivers. The employers and unions agree on solutions that balance interests. This has been a long working system in Sweden, where during the last decades it has resulted in very few days lost in industrial action and so on. And we believe that this reform will improve this even further. It was also an historical reform in the fact that the political gridlock was unlocked because there was high political support for this reform. There had been many discussions between left and right on how to do a reform like this. But when it came to parliament, there was only one party who objected, so it was almost a unanimous support for this, which means that we will keep the support, we think, in the future as well. And this was also very important due to the substantial finances that the government puts in the system. So the end result is a world-class system for and upskilling, and we believe that we have achieved more flexibility, adaptability, and security. And now it's in the implement phases, which the social partners and the Swedish Finance Student Board will talk more about. And we're very excited to see how it will develop. Thank you so much. And I will leave.
Thank you, Michaela. And as an observer, as a reporter also covering this, I can tell you that the political drama against this, actually achieving this, was very, very strong and very important. So this was not a small feat. The social partners will now come on stage. It's Carina Lindfeldt and Thomas Carlén. Thomas Carlén is representing LO, which is the Federation for the Labor Unions in Sweden, and Carina Lindfeldt is representing the Swedish Employers Union. And a third person representing the white-collar union should have been here, but she's letting you represent her, which says something about your friendship.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and good afternoon, everyone. I represent the blue-collar unions. This is the business organization side. You have to picture the third social partner here, the white-collar unions, which is, of course, very important. So We should be 3 up here. This is a historic reform that we just launched, and we have 50 minutes to explain it. So we will do a very short overview of this from the social partners' point of view, and you will continue after we've done. You will hear more about the details. So we will talk a little bit about how, why, and also end with some final remarks that we would like to pass forward. So, this is the Swedish model in action, the hopefully famous Swedish model. And why the social partners actually took the initiative for this reform back in 2017. And we, like you just heard, we finished last year in 2022. We've been doing some common research about this. We wrote joint reports, and then we negotiated. And the social partners in Sweden have a very long tradition of solving problems, finding solutions through negotiations. Sorry. Through negotiations and collective agreements. That's a very common and efficient way to do things here. We know that these kind of collective agreements tend to be long-lasting and sustainable, especially compared to some political decisions that might change when governments come and go. So you have something and you lose it, and you have something and you lose it. Now we have something that we could we owe pretty much ourselves, and we can protect this and value this for a long time. We also know that it's easier for us, the social partners, to achieve acceptable balance between our interests, which is also a very efficient way, benefits this model and this system very much. And last but not least, we have our transition organizations that we own together. And we already have them. They are very successful in the previous transition system. So we now had something to build on, to make stronger, to improve, to expand. We didn't have to invent things from scratch. So that was also something that we really could use. But when the negotiations were done, we together went to the government, and of course it's absolutely necessary to have a tripartite cooperation with the government and the social partners. For many reasons. In this case, some of the reasons were that this whole reform is partly state-funded and partly funded by the social partners through the transition organizations. Some of the legislation has to be adjusted for this new transition system. The education system also needs some adjustments. And last but not least, the government or the politicians could make sure that workers not covered by our agreements could actually also be involved in this. So we cover pretty much the whole labor market together. So, why did we do this? We all know that the labor market is constantly changing. Structural changes such like green transition or digitalization, new technology, things like that, means that new jobs are created while existing jobs are disappearing or changing. And this means that the workers' adaptability to meet these changes has to be strengthened. That was the key purpose. And this adaptability is very much linked to lifelong learning, to the opportunities to take part in lifelong learning, which of course existed in some way, but we had to improve this and include more workers and improve lifelong learning. We also wanted to create a new transition system that included more workers than the previous one. So this one includes employed workers, that is not dismissed or anything, and dismissed workers. So you have both these two groups, which is very important. We will come back to that briefly. Our objectives then was to promote voluntary mobility of workers in the labor market. That was important. And the key word here is voluntary. So this is you should see this from the individual's point of view, and it's he or her wishes, needs, or free will to take part of this. That's a very important thing to remember. This, of course, will reduce the risks of redundancies and unemployment. It will make Swedish workers even more positive towards changes and to accept, so to speak, green transition and digitalization, new technology, and so on. And this is a huge advantage, this positive attitude, huge advantage for Swedish companies and the Swedish economy. So it brings us competitiveness, for instance. And last but not least, when you support and improve lifelong learning and skill development, you also strengthen employers' skill supply. You facilitate recruitments and makes it easier for companies to hire the right staff, so to speak. So that was how and why. Yeah. So let's continue, please.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, as said before, I'm Carina Lindfeldt. I'm from the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. And now you know why we did this. And I would like to say why we've done it for so many years. As Thomas said, we have transition organizations. I'd like you to know that the transition organization we have for white-collar workers are from 1974. 1974. It's almost 50 years that we've been doing transition in Sweden. We have the same kind of organization for blue collar, and we started that at 2004. So we have been doing this for quite a long time now. Then what do we do in these organizations? Of course, we help the employers that come to us. We help them to find what we would like to say is a new solution. A new solution can be, as said, a new job. It could be to start a business. It could be studies. But it's a new solution when they come to us. And are we good at it? As I said, we've done it for many years. If I tell you that 90% of those who come to us to get help when they're dismissed will find a new solution within a couple of months, then I would like to say, yes, we have a reason to be proud. We are really good at this. And this is not just 1 year that we are good at this. We have been good at this for all these years. So we are really helping the labor market with these organizations to get people out in a new solution when they have to leave the job they have due to several reasons. As you see here, we offer quite a lot of different things, and I will come back to more in detail what we offer. As Thomas said, this is a part of making the labor market more competitive and of course handle all the new things that we have, like the green transition, like digitalization, like this thing I think you all noticed, we started to shop at home from our sofa. That's also a big change for some of our companies. Since we are part of the social model in Sweden, we also help, of course, the union and the businesses out there when they have a situation they need to handle. So we're doing quite a lot from an early stage in the process all the way through the process, help the individuals to get the new solution. How do we help them? Yes, we help them with quite a lot of things. I think the key message here is that you need to know that we see each individual. We work with each individual. We see them with their possibilities and the need they need to have help from us. And it could be so many things, so many different things. Contact with us, employers, of course, study visits, discussion about your career. What will you study? What do you need? But remember, we can see every individual in this. And what is the new thing then? Since I've said we've done this for so many years, the new thing, and you will hear more about it in the next presentation, of course, is the study part. The part that we now also in our organization will meet people that are still employed. That's completely new for us and fascinating. And we will meet them to give them advice in the situation that they will think about upskill in the career I already have or reskill, because the things I've been doing for a couple of years will not be able to do the coming years due to structural changes in the labor market. And that is the study part of this. And I think that you all have heard of or maybe thought about the situation that if you are employed, I think you all are, to start to study, it's not cheap. It's rather expensive, because if you should study, you will not have your normal salary, and maybe your family will have some thoughts about that. That is one of the main objectives we're trying to handle here. And we are handling it like we always do when we do things together and the government do things. And then we can say that the state and the government, they put the basic level of finance for studying. And we as partners in our organizations always put another level. And by this, you will hear more in the next presentation that we have also put the levels as high as make it possible for both blue collar and white collar to see it as is possible in my private finance situation to take the step and study, take the step to reskill, take the step to upskill. And it will not be an obstacle that my private economic situation will be tough during the period I need to study. And with both the state-owned level and the part-owned level we are financing, I would like to say that most of even the white-collar workers with rather high salaries will have the possibility to study. And that is unique, I would like to say.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. We like to end with emphasizing a few things, lesson learned, among other things, from this. We know, for a start, that if you want to create an effective and efficient transition system, you need to have both preventive and supportive measures. We used to have a lot of supportive measures for dismissed workers that worked very well, like Karina explained. Now we also introduce a lot of preventive measures for employed workers that are not dismissed, that wants or thinking of, dreaming of, whatever, to get a new job in a new sector, maybe, whatever. And this is very important, of course. Then you are prepared to meet future changes that you maybe not yet know of. So this is not just ad hoc. You do something that you could benefit from further on. And this will most likely reduce the risk of dismissals in the future. Another thing we like to emphasize is that this reform is not part of the traditional active labor market policies. This reform should be seen as something that stands beside it. And we have sort of two different reforms here, or two different political areas. They should not compete with each other. They should not substitute each other. They rather should work together, if anything. This also means that these study grants should not be aiming only at occupations with a shortage of labor. This is not a measure to deal with these kind of problems. If it does anyway, that's great. But that's not the main purpose. You should not guide resources for that purpose. And last but not least, if you launch this kind of transition reforms with these very generous study grants, and you remove the economic barriers for workers to participate in adult education, the interest for participation will increase, of course. You need to prepare the education system for that new reality. That also goes for that a bit older workers, or older than young people at least. They want, not teenagers, I mean adults. They want and they ask for a more flexible education system. Many workers we talk to, they explain that they would like to study maybe part-time, and they continue working part-time. So you sort of keep the contacts and relations with the workplace and the colleagues and the boss and whatever. So you need to make a more flexible system by creating more part-time studies, or opportunities for that, and also more online courses. Sweden is a quite long from south to north country. People always doesn't live next to or next door to a school. So online courses will also be demanded in a much higher scale than we used to be. So this was some remarks, some final headlines. We like to answer questions if you have any now. We will hang around afterwards also if you feel free to approach us to ask questions later on as well.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, and now I think we will leave to the next presentation.
Of course.
The state-owned organization that we from our organization say, Thomas, he is in favor of studying, or maybe I'm not. We will send this kind of information with every individual to the next organization.
Absolutely.
That's the way we do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as you can hear, there's quite an amount of national pride here, so I must humbly admit that it is Finland who is the happiest country in the world, as was declared Monday for the 7th year in a row. So now, how exactly does this system work? Over now to the Swedish Board of Student Finance. It is the Director General, Kristina Forsberg, and Annika Fallander, Head of Department of Student Finance. Yes, finance payments. There we go. Come.
Thank you very much. I think we will start by showing a film, right? Thank you.
Det är viktigt att man tror på sig själv och vågar.
Your dreams and your aspirations.
Jag vill göra bra från mig så att min familj kan vara stolt över mig.
You can reach them in so many ways.
Nu så tänkte jag att det är dags att utbilda sig som vuxen.
Studying is one way. A quarter of Sweden's population are CSN customers. That's something we're very proud of at CSN. We get to help you achieve your goals. At the same time, we contribute to the rising level of knowledge in society.
Man måste ha någon sorts utbildning för att kunna komma någonstans liksom.
Sweden has one of the world's most generous student finance systems. For it to work, it's important that everyone repays their student loan. In that way, new students get the chance to follow their study dreams. We can also help with a driving license loan for those that are eligible. Everyone entitled to our various forms of support should be able to access them. Wherever you live and whatever your background, we want to help you achieve your dreams and your goals.
Man ska våga följa sina drömmar, det tycker jag.
Thank you very much, and good evening, good afternoon, I should say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us today. My name is Kristina Forsberg, and I'm Director General of the Swedish Board of Student Finance. And together with me, I have Annika. Would you like to present yourself?
Yes, I'm Annika Falander, and I'm head of the Department of Student Finance Payments.
This film we just shortly saw sums up the fundamentals, I would say, of the Swedish student finance system. Perhaps, as it said in the movie, the most generous in the world. That is at least what we usually say. And also, of course, what CSN's assignment is. Together here today, we will shortly just present, of course, what the Swedish student finance system is about. We will also present a bit and talk a bit about the Swedish Board of Student Finance. And finally, of course, as we heard our colleagues just say, I will mention you as my colleague, the Student Finance for Transition and Retraining, which was presented and started being administered by this board, CSN, by the 1st of October last year. A bit about the sustainable student finance system for just everyone. The Swedish student finance system is a vital part of the Swedish education policy. The main purpose is recruiting and contributing to getting individuals with different social, economic, and geographical background to participate in education. The system makes it possible for relatively many people to go on to higher education, which of course also have a positive impact on society and the national economy. A basic principle in the Swedish student financial system is that it is universal and it is direct. This means that the support system is not means tested. For instance, there is no in consideration of the income of the family. That is not considered at all. The Swedish system is also based on cost sharing. Both society and the individual gain from studies, and therefore both shall contribute. Society, on one hand, contributes by free education, both for Swedish students and of course also from students from EU countries that you know. Society also contributes with a grant to cover some of the living costs. On the other hand, the student contributes by financing most of the living costs, either through their own income or by student grants and loans provided by CSN, the Swedish Board of Student Finance, CSN. Another vital principle that you heard of in the film is that the loans from CSN shall be repaid in full. This, of course, contributes to a sustainable system. Loans that are repaid enables, of course, finance support for the coming generation, and as we just heard, also the concept of lifelong learning. A map we just heard, Sweden is for country. This is the Swedish situation of where CSN is located. Said that in Sweden, the Swedish student financial system is completely administered by the state, by the Swedish Board of Student Finance, CSN. This board is actually a bit older than 74. It was established in 1964, and thus we have a lot of experience administrating with the student loans. We are about 1,200 employees, of which 65% are women. And last year, 4.24 billion euro were paid out in student finance in Sweden. A little more than half of that sum was grants. There are actually four main types of student finance in Sweden. First of all, we have the study allowance, which is paid basically to all students at gymnasium, which is upper secondary level studies in Sweden. Then we have, secondly, the student grants and the student loans, which are available for students at university level and also students older than 20 who are studying at primary or upper secondary level. Thirdly, we have an education entry grant, which is for older, unemployed people who need education at primary or upper secondary school. And finally, the fourth and the most new one, from the 1st of October last year, we have the student finance for transition and retraining, which we will talk more about quite soon. CSN also administrates and secures the repayment of loan. In December last year, we had 1.7 million borrowers, so quite a lot of people. The total debt is nearly 24 billion euro, which of course is a lot of money. But having said that, I would like to mention to you that the repayment rate for Sweden last year, considering student loans, was as high as 92.6%. And of course, we are very proud of that. We will now move on and talk a bit more about the student finance for transition and retraining. So over to you, Annika, please continue.
Thank you. Yes, we've all mentioned this new student finance for transition and retraining, and we've been working with this for almost half a year now, since the 1st of October last year, so it's quite new for us. And the idea is that this loan should help you, or I should say the grant should help you to be able to continue a new long career in the labor market. And we consider it a bit unique in that sense that the amount of money that you can receive, of course, the flexibility of this system, and also the target group. We mentioned that it's not the younger people that we aim for here, but people in the middle of their lives, actually. And the idea is for people to be able to perhaps reskill a bit. We mentioned this, you need that today in order for the green transition, but also perhaps to start a completely new career. It is a rather generous amount of money that you can receive with this new loan, this new support. The larger part of it, it's a grant, but it's an optional small loan that you also can take, and that part you need to repay eventually. But this will help most of the students to be able to continue with their lives while studying, even though in the middle of life. I will present to you some of the conditions for receiving this finance, not all, but some of them anyway. We said that we're not looking for the young people here, but from the age of 27 up until the age of 62. So your whole working life, so to speak, almost anyway. But when you turn 60, you can no longer use the loan, only the grant. You also need to be established in the labor market. And for instance, you need to have worked for 16 hours per week if you consider a period of the last 8 of the last 14 years. And also 16 hours per week if you look at a period of the last 12 of the past 24 months. So that's what we're looking for when we decide whether or not you should be approved for this study support. You also have to have a previous income from working. Well, the grant, one other important requirement for this support is that the course must be considered to strengthen your position in the labor market. It is, of course, based on individual circumstances for you as a student. And also it is, we check at the specific courses that you want to study. is it something that's going to help you continue to be attractive in the labor market? We mentioned transition organizations before, and they are very important to us, and they help us actually in sort of deciding whether or not the course would help the particular individual being attractive in the future in the labor market. So that's very important for us, and the statement from these organizations, we use them when we decide whether or not you should be approved for this support. So it's their role are important in this. The student also needs to attend a course that qualify for finance. Of course, higher education in Sweden is one area, but you also mentioned vocational education and training. That's also a possibility here as well. And also courses that the transition organization finance could also. So there are a number of possibilities here. This scheme is also very flexible, more flexible than the other regular grant and loans that we provide at CSN. You can study for as low as 20% of full-time here. And the idea with that is that you should be able to study shorter courses, more flexible. You could work while studying. So it should be able to fit with your regular life, so to speak. And you can receive this support for a total of 44 weeks if you study full-time. But for instance, if you study half-time, then it will last for 88 weeks. So that's how it works. So it can last longer if you study part-time. Just to mention to you something about the amount that you could receive, I think that could be interesting. Well, it depends on what you earned before when you used to work, what income you had back then. And that's not up to CSN to decide, but it's another public agency, the Swedish Social Insurance Agency, and we receive information from them electronically. That helps us here. The amounts, you could say that a person with a monthly income of 4,000 euros per month could keep their income while studying, at least 80% of it. The transitional organization can also sometimes provide with an extra grant here. The maximum grant part of this would be slightly less than 2,000 euros per month, and the amount of loan is slightly more than 1,200 euros per month. So quite a lot of people are able to finance their studies. And we'll talk a little bit more about the results. So over to you, Christina.
Thank you, Annika. Like you said, 6 months has passed. And how has this new finance scheme been received? Well, the answer is, from our perspectives, and I think from many of us, far beyond expectations. Our prognosis from starting 1st of October to the last of December was probably 5,300 applications. And by the end of last year, we had received more than 24,000 applications. So there's been a huge interest. Up to today, the 23rd of March, we have received 28,000 applications. So it's keep coming on. And the prognosis for this year, we have been revised from us from 18,000 to 55,000. So you see, there's a big interest. When looking at the approved applications, we can see that 60% are women, 55% come from the private sector, and 55% are between 40 to 49 years old. And we also see that the most common areas in which the students want to study are within healthcare, IT education, teacher, and we also have quite a lot of people who want to study at the police academy. We will now meet one of our customers.
It's now or never. Nu är det nog dags för mig att ta tag i det här. Nu ska jag läsa digital marketing på yrkeshögskola i 2 år. Så att det är fantastiskt spännande och en väldigt bred marknad. Nu kan man inte längre gömma sig bakom att det inte finns ekonomiska motiv till att göra sån här grej. Hopp om att finna mitt drömjobb, det finns verkligen där.
That was Andreas. Let's see. Thank you. So we now have to think about upscaling moving forward. During the following years, this scheme will be implemented gradually with a limited but growing budget for each year. From this year, 2023 to 2025, the budget will triplet, making it possible for 3 times as many full-time students, you mentioned part-time studies as well, but 3 times as many full-time students to receive this student finance for transition and retraining, this new scheme. By 2026, the budget will be 6 times higher compared to this year, 2023. So this enables, of course, even more people to follow, like Andreas and many others, their dreams and ambitions. And for us at the Swedish Board of Student Finance, CSN, this is a new way of fulfilling our vision to make studies possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I guess you all have a massive amount of questions for Kristina and Annika. I guess one question is if demand is 5 times higher than expected already in the first year, there is a lot to think about for the government in terms of financing and budget.
Of course. Yes, but well, of course there is, but also we have a challenge at this board of student finance to handle and to be there to answer all the telephone calls and emails and of course to try the applications and to give the people who want to study decisions whether they are about to have this fantastic new scheme or not in reasonable time, because otherwise they won't start studying, of course. So we have been, I suppose you could say, Annika, this new finance scheme has been very much more sought for than we ever could anticipate, I would say.
It is a challenge for us now in the beginning, but we certainly believe that this will eventually be a huge success due to this interest and the possibility that the students will have with this new support.
I'm very curious, what did the government say when you reported this enormous interest?
I think, well, some of them are in this room. I think they were very, as I can remember, very happy about this, and of course, and the parties we have heard as well before, just before we came on stage. And but this is a new scheme. We're introducing it. We have to see how to make a long-term plan to make it work. So a big interest, and that is also we're of course very happy about that. So, but we will be here during the last this afternoon as well. So they'll be able to put any questions. We will try to ask them, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now for the breakout sessions, and I believe there is, yes, of course. How could we forget the applause? This is the information about the breakout sessions. All the rooms are over in the hotel part of the expo. And I believe there are people who will guide you to get there, because it is a few meters at least to find it. And also there are 2 sessions with a coffee break in between. And after that, you're welcome back for concluding short planner session at 16:15. You don't want to miss out on that one, I think, because then Frida will have finished her work of recording the day graphically. So see you at 4:15. Have a good afternoon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had productive workshops. I'm here with Sofia Eriksson Scott, Director at DG Education. So I want to ask you first, how do you feel after this whole day?
I feel full of energy and inspired, and even more so when I hear everybody chit-chatting, continue chit-chatting after apparently some good breakout sessions.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
It is.
I wanted to show some of the pictures made by our graphic recorder, Frida Panousis, who has been working all day to document what has been going on. Just as for you to reflect about. Could we have the first picture up, Frida? Here it is. So now you become the art historian.
You're talking to me.
Exactly, exactly.
But first of all, congratulations to Frida for being able to capture such a session in one image. I think, well, first of all, I think this session set the right atmosphere for this whole conference. I think it brought us to a very big picture state, and it reminds us perhaps on the urgency of what we're talking about with the green transition. So when I see this, it makes me think of what was highlighted, that the green transition is not a separate policy area. It is all over. It is part of our society, so that is perhaps a first precondition for anything else to discuss. I heard a lot what was said by Johan on the systemic change and the structural change, and that this has to be a long-term task, that it's not something that we can follow a political cycle. It has to be a strong commitment, but for a long-term perspective. And I also like the connected, because it was also, I think, the meaning, if we want to have a real impact and make sure the green transition through education happen, we need to connect the actors. Those, everything from school, universities, business, innovators, science, etc., until the whole society. So maybe it is in a way expressed in a different way, but in political terms, I would say this translates somehow to the EU or the European Green Deal industrial plan.
She has really captured the sense of urgency also with the IPCC panel, all those on alarm, right? You see it up there?
Yes, definitely. And well, I think that's that's the urgency. We get reminded again and again. I think it was interesting to say, how many times do we need to have such an IPCC panel? How many times do we need to remind it? It has already, we have been told many times, so the message is repeating. And maybe we also repeat ourselves, how many times do we need to say that education is important?
Yes.
It can perhaps not, we can say it many more times, and it's necessary. Yes.
Yeah, she made the planet a conference table up there. Do you see? The planet, we are eating the planet, and at the same time, this planet that we're eating is a conference table.
I didn't see that. That's
yeah.
I'm wondering what it means. Yeah, it's a bit scary. Well, I think it's, well, I would tend to be optimistic here and think that we have to continue the working together and collaborate. But perhaps it is a reminder of the need to accelerate our action, because the world is shrinking somehow.
Frida, could you give us the next picture? So this is what she did as the panel was up.
Well, here I think this is a panel impossible to summarize. It was such a rich panel, and I don't dare even trying. But if I see what Frida has captured, I would say perhaps I'll start with a holistic view. I think it was an important message that all profiles matters. It's not only needed, we need more engineers, we need more technical skills, but I think the message was also very much we need different profiles. We also need art historians. I think that was an important message. So I would take that as a first takeaway that we can certainly translate into education policies and what we do. Again, there were different actors in the panel, and the collaboration, or the fact that we come from different perspectives, social partners, private, public, in the end we have one common challenge here, so we need to work and collaborate to make it happen. And I also like the weighing here, passion, sustainability. I think it was a question perhaps for the students' union, what the advice he would give to a friend, and again it gives perhaps the confirmation of that we need everybody. The green transition is part of the societal challenge in all the fields, the profiles. All profiles are needed.
And it doesn't have to be one way either, right? It can be, you can go...
Absolutely. I think what I also take away from this is that there's not only one way, but I remember maybe it's not... Well, it is, yeah, because of the lifelong learning step there. I think this was perhaps the EUA representative referring to the recent survey, that we were not aware of how much is already happening. And that's very positive. But of course, we also agree that more needs to happen. And I think when we are in a higher education perspective, the fact that many universities have taken steps, but probably more can be done for them to be lifelong learning providers. This is important here.
We can have one more picture, I think. Now, this was the cases. Yeah. Skillmill and Albats.
Yes, for me, of course, I think it was excellent that we could see these practical examples. And going from the previous slides where we had very much political aspirations and the big picture, here we could see the action is happening. It's already happening on the ground. And it makes me extra happy, of course, to see that these are examples from the Erasmus Plus projects, which we finance, and we really we want institutions and education providers to work together across borders. So I think this was really excellent examples, and also showing what you can do very concretely and very innovative examples. So I liked it a lot, and that, I mean, I cannot prevent saying that there are more opportunities in the Erasmus Plus program, because we have an almost double budget this time round than before. So we can do much more of this. We should do much more of that.
We have one last picture, I think. Yes.
Yes, and here, well, from myself, being a Swede but not following everything and having lived for a long time outside Sweden, I learned a lot. So it was good for my lifelong learning. But I think this is an excellent example of also putting some, or putting the policy focus, that we can do things which may seem difficult. Of course, there's a number of conditions, and it's true that you need a political will. We could see there was a strong support for this. And of course, you need appropriate funding to make it happen. But if you are serious to put some action behind the words of flexibility, adaptability, lifelong learning, I think this serves as an inspiring examples that could perhaps be used and discussed further in the transnational context. Maybe there are similar examples.
Yes, somebody mentioned that there is excellent example, a similar example from the Netherlands, for instance. So. Yeah, transition and retraining seems to make everybody very happy. That's good.
Yes, I think it would be excellent to see. I mean, was it Anders, the first beneficiary of this program? It would be nice to meet him again 1 year after, or 2 years. Maybe he would do this VET program and see how happy he is.
Thank you so much, Sofia, for being here today. Thank you, Frida, for all those excellent drawings. And thank you, all speakers, everybody also sharing their insights in the workshops. And thanks to all of you joining us here in Stockholm today to discuss skills for the green transition. All the presentations that you have seen today will be available on the conference web, along with Frida's picture and also the film from the conference. A link will appear and it will be found late then on YouTube. We'll put it on YouTube. Also, somebody forgot a red notebook. So the person, we haven't looked in this book, but the owner of this beautiful book is recommended not to forget it, but come and pick it up. I wish you very productive days for those of you who stay on in Stockholm. I know that some of you will. Good luck. Good luck and have a safe journey home for those who leave. It's been a pleasure to being with you today. So good luck with all your important work ahead. Thank you from me and goodbye.